1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2 and 2.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members and guests. We're just allowing everyone to still join the platform. We still have a minute or two before we begin. General Janchi, you look like you are very, very focused and concentrating extremely hard in your office. It's good to see you so early in the morning. There we go. Good morning, everyone. It is now 1 minute past 8. I see every now and then a notification pops up that there might still be one or two persons joining us, but we will allow them as we go. It does seem that all the members are with us. Babalwa, I just want to confirm, do we have quorum to continue?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum. We can start a meeting.
Thank you, Babalwa. Colleagues, good morning to everyone, and thank you for joining us for an earlier start today. I would like to start with asking the honourable members whether we can move to adopt the agenda. Honourable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I'm not
not raising my hand to adopt the agenda. I'm raising my hand to raise a particular concern about the agenda itself.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah. So in the last meeting, I raised a concern, Chair, in terms of the programming and the tabling of matters that are not concluded. You might remember that I raised that particular concern.
Yes, correct.
And it might very well be, and I know that it might come across as insensitive to raise this particular concern, but I felt that unless we become clear in terms of the purposes that we are programming and we are scheduling discussions on ongoing investigations, whilst it portrays in terms of that we are concerned, but unless we are clear on what we are trying to do, we'll find ourselves in situations of the past meetings. And I raised this concern, and I wanted to raise it in the beginning because I had raised it in the last meeting, that part of some of the issues, the tensions that happens in this committee, that leads in some instances for us not to then do the kind of oversight that we ought to be doing, is the ongoing programming and putting on the agenda matters that are not concluded. And when the police themselves say, no, we can't share certain information, it feels like they are not forthcoming with information, whilst it's us who then programs this information. And I want to appeal to you once again, Chair, that let's be sensitive to these matters and also get to understand how do we then decide which of the matters, which of the criminal matters gets programmed in this committee. Because if the idea is that when there's an issue, or if one observes an issue that is reported in the media, then it gets programmed, then we will have a significant problem, Chair. And I raised this in the beginning before we get into the discussion, and I raised it in the last meeting. Unless we are clear why certain issues will then get programmed and certain not, then it almost feels like we are, I don't know what the right English is. Let's take a step back. I accept that today it has been programmed, but I humbly request, Chair, your office and yourself, let's take a step back and ask ourselves a question. Why are we doing this? What is the end goal that we are trying to achieve in the manner in which we are programming these matters? Because next time I'll bring other matters that people also are bringing to our attention, so that we are clear which of these issues are programmed. Otherwise, we are being, let's call it, let me just say.
No, I get it.
Let's develop a protocol.
Yes.
This is not the right way of providing oversight to the work of the police in the manner in which we are doing these matters. And I'm raising it in the beginning, Chair, so that as we unpack going forward, we will be able to be clear what is the purpose we seek to serve with programming these live cases. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I'm going to recognize Honorable Matthys.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee and members of SAPS. I disagree with my colleague about us not having or not wanting to ask for an update or a briefing on matters that has captured the nation. I mean, obviously, they are not all matters that we can deal with, but those matters that do capture, we must be able to be doing something in Parliament. It is not like, Chair and honourable members, that SAPS has this reputation of concluding cases, of concluding investigations, or even investigating in the best way possible. I mean, we are here in this crisis of high crime, particularly because of the incapacities of Parliament. I think it's disingenuous to say that we are going to jeopardize cases. I think that is an old story. There's nothing that, so far, since I've been here on this platform, there's not a single person that has raised any question and insisted that SAPS must answer a question if they said that matter is going to jeopardize the case. On a second note, it's generally about procedure. So the issue, not last week, the week before, about the Florida police and how they responded, what time did they arrive, that doesn't jeopardize the case. That's trying to tell us whether the Florida police station has capacity, do they have vans, and then how are we supposed to intervene? If anything, it's helping us to be able to be more efficient or to empower that police station who might not have done or followed the procedures they were supposed to in the first place. So it's not right. I don't think it's fair that we are saying we're jeopardizing cases that are still over. We are just giving oversight. We generally ask questions about procedure, how SAPS responded, whether it is in line with what they were supposed to be doing. And I think by us saying we are not going to agenda ongoing items or cases that are still open, I think it's very disingenuous. I do agree that we might need to, if there's going to be an influx of matters that are coming here, we might have to be able to manage it as a committee. But to make a ruling, and it's not even in line with any parliamentary processes or with the rules, that any case that is open cannot be brought to a committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. Honourable Muela.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't want to open debate before the main debate, but I'm tempted to agree with Honourable Ghana in terms of how we are managing issues with regard to what is brought to the attention of the committee and what is it that we had to deal with. According to me, the issue of getting greetings of the case which are ongoing, it is quite problematic, and I think, like I'm saying, I'm tempted to agree with Comrade Ghana that it is the one that is mostly causing problems among us in terms of how we should manage things. Because tomorrow, even myself, I will want to prioritize a particular case, which, of course, if the committee does not come through with it, I will then have to fight with you, Chairperson, because I will feel like it is also newsworthy, it's also catching the public's eye, and it's also a sensitive matter that we should deal with. So while it is important to conduct oversight, we also need to strike a fine balance, Chair. We cannot be seen to be absorbing the day-to-day administrative role of the South African Police Service. And somehow we are a bit interfering in the processes of investigation. But because we are here today, I just have to note it. And then we also need to understand the sensitivity of these cases and deal with them as such, as and when they occur. But we are proceeding with the agenda of today. I just wanted to and support what Comrade Honourable Magashule Ghana alluded to the meeting. I just said I should just say it because it is always at Ghana said, I should show that proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela. I'm going to give a last opportunity to Honorable Skosana before I will comment, and then we will move ahead. Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana. I just want to double check. Am I audible, or is it Honorable Skosana that can't hear us? Let me test. Honorable Muela, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair. You are
okay.
audible, 100%.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Muela. I think then it's Honorable Skosana that can't hear me at the moment. We'll come back to him. Colleagues, just brief feedback. The reason for us today going into a broader deliberation on outstanding matters and specifically the presentation of the Women Empowerment Platform on violence against children was because previously, you would remember about I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was quite a heated discussion after we were very sorry about that. After we had guests on the platform, namely the network, and we were not informed that they had traveled all the way to Cape Town, that they were planning to submit a petition to the committee. Had we known that, we obviously would have made the relevant arrangements to accept that, etc. And that was specifically after a request regarding the Jaydenlee Meek case. Now, I must say today that so far we have had several engagements on individual matters, and I think that we are in danger of crossing a very well-defined line between the different separation of powers between government entities, meaning Parliament cannot interfere in any way with operational work. And I can already anticipate the answer that, but we're not interfering, we're just asking questions. That being said, I think it can make a bad impact, a negative impact potentially on certain investigations. And I think it could also cause that specific cases would, or our so-called interference would violate the principles of fairness or due process and respecting the rule of law. So, generally speaking, I think we've come to a point where we will likely not, unless it's something that indicates a significant precedent in a specific area, and there's a broader problem. Let's say, for example, something like gang violence, and there's 2, 3, or 4 cases that are a good example of a specific inadequacy or something that went wrong that we use as an example for a broader issue, and we do oversight on that, then absolutely. But going in on individual cases purely because they have caught the media's attention, I think we would be missing out on a lot of our work. We have significant policy related work to do. We've got significant oversight to do on certain management issues, legislative gaps. There's a whole list of things that I can go down on that we need to likely work through. So today, Honorable Ghana, to respond to you specifically on today's agenda, it is just to give the Women Empowerment Platform an opportunity, because that's what they, without us knowing, were told that they would get last time, and it put Parliament in a very, very bad light. I read in the media that the committee, or the impression was created that the committee didn't accommodate them, and if the committee had known, then we certainly would have. So I think it's to clear that up. And then lastly, the list of cases are significant cases that have impact on that specific briefing. But I tend to agree with you, and in the future we are not going to just randomly accommodate individual cases. We have already seen that, very often as cases develop, also it's not necessarily the narrative that was originally portrayed or followed that ends up being the accurate portrayal of that specific case. Honorable Skosana, is your hand up? Can you hear me? I think not. There we go.
Very, very, very. Yeah,
there we go. Honorable Skosana.
I disagree as well. I disagree with my fellow colleague Ghana. We have to deal with matters here. We should not be we are ticking the box. Matters which are sub judice or matters which are investigated. But remember, when we raise this issue here, we are raising the issue which we are getting from the community, that they are not getting any help. They are not getting any help anyway. Now, if we are saying to us that now we must stop asking questions, we must ask questions because we are jeopardizing the investigation. It's not true. Which case?
No, Honorable Skosana, that's not what we're saying.
No. I'm saying, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'm saying everybody has spoken here. Give me a chance before you respond. I'm saying,
Honorable Skosana, I ruled on it. I did give you an opportunity. I'm giving you 1 minute. I need to go on with the agenda. We've got a long agenda to go on with.
So you gave Mr. Ghana more than one.
I gave each of them 4 minutes. Everyone got 4 minutes. I then ruled on it. Your connectivity was wrong. I'm giving you 1 minute. Honorable Skosana, please conclude.
No,
Skosana.
I even spoken.
Honorable Skosana, I'm not going to ask again. Please conclude. Otherwise, I'm going to mute you.
If you don't want me to speak, say it.
Thank you, Honorable Matthys.
Chair, I think you need to be fair, and you're doing this again every time we talk about matters that you are in disagreement with, and then you want to shut down colleagues from having the space. Having said that, I don't think you have the authority to make a decision that on what matters we are going to table here and not.
I do.
You are not,
I do,
no, you
Honorable
don't.
Matthys.
And
I do.
We will process.
You can check my mandate.
But I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
No, Honorable Matthys. Honorable Matthys, I'm answering you.
No, but I'm not done talking. You can respond. That's not how a chairperson is supposed to chair. You always come in after me.
Stop telling me how to do my job. You keep on. You threatened me on the WhatsApp group the other day. If you have a problem with me, the way that I rule things or the way that I chair this committee, please submit a complaint against me at the Ethics Committee. Got no problem with that. You've been threatening to do so for many, many weeks. Get it done and let's work through it. Let's process that complaint then. We are not going to continue focusing on individual matters, and we miss out on so much other oversight work.
You even mute me. What sort of chairperson are you?
Because you keep... Honorable Matthys, I will give you a fair opportunity, but stop telling me how to do my job. You can go and check the definition of how I need to do what I do, and I will continue doing it that way. I'm not going to allow any further disruptions of this committee. We've had far too many of them.
No,
you keep disrupting it. Again, we're 20 minutes in. You've raised it 3 times. Every time I start, you start criticizing the way that I chair it. If you've got a problem with that, please do submit a complaint. I've been doing it to the book according to me. No, but submit a complaint.
I have,
I'm giving you 30 seconds, Honorable Matthys.
No, but you also can't limit my time. So on your issue, so I do.
No, sorry, Honorable Matthys, I'm still speaking. I can limit your time.
But I was talking and you interrupted me so many times.
How to do my job? That's why I interrupted.
If you just do your job, it would be a good thing.
Told me, Honorable Matthys, I'm doing it. I'm giving you 30 seconds.
No, you're actually not.
Honorable Matthys,
you've just cut off another honorable member while you gave everybody 4 minutes.
I'm going to mute you if you don't finish your 30 seconds.
You will mute me, it's fine. I'll mute myself, no problem.
Chairperson.
Good. Honorable Adams, you're welcome.
My hand was up. Sorry, man. I'm not interjecting. My hand was up. Let me just drop
No
my hand.
problem. I saw your hand. You're welcome.
If I may, Chairperson.
Please do, Honorable Adams.
I think as a portfolio, we have a need to work together. And the disagreements we have, they are necessary. If we're all singing from the same sheet and then there's something wrong. But this is just my appeal to the committee to firstly respect the authority of the chairperson. And secondly, of the chairperson, just to apply the rules to everybody, chairperson. You can't give Ghana 3 minutes and then give Skosana 1 minute. And the manner, the approach, chairperson, of all of us, mine to you, you to mine, it has to be of mutual respect at all times. And as robust as we're going to get, and I expect this meeting to get very robust, that's fine. But we have to be even-handed, chairperson. This is not me critiquing you. This is just me pointing out where the problems start and where the interruptions go. Honorable Matthys was speaking, chairperson. You are free to disagree with her on your own time, not while she's speaking. And Honorable Matthys, on the other hand, must also understand that the chairperson also has an agenda to work through. So can we just get to work, because this is going to be a long meeting. Thank you, chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Adams, I'm in full agreement. I just want to, before I give Honorable Skosana an opportunity, the reason why I cut it short is that earlier the connection was a problem. I gave everyone a fair 4 minutes to speak. That included Honorable Ghana, Honorable Muela, Honorable Matthys. I then thought that we had concluded the matter, or I did conclude the matter. Honorable Skosana's hand went up again, and I gave him another opportunity. So if the time allocation then changes slightly because we have to move on with the agenda, then that is it. What I would like to ask, though, is if there is a problem with the way that I chair the meeting, please submit a complaint and formalize the process. Go ahead with it and let's resolve it. But let's not disrupt this meeting. I've done my utter best to keep it as orderly and respectful as possible. What happened 2 or 3 weeks ago on the committee was extremely embarrassing when members were screaming at each other while one member was speaking, and I'm not going to allow disruptive conduct of any kind anymore. And if there's a problem with that, again, I encourage you to follow the formal process. Honorable Skosana, I apologize if I wasn't fair to you, or if you feel that I wasn't fair to you. I will give you another 2 minutes now to please raise your point, and my intention wasn't to be disrespectful to you. I just would like us to stay focused on the agenda, and I would like us to keep moving on all of the relevant points that we need to work through today. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to say too many things now, but what I was saying was clear, is that we cannot be a micromanage. If there's deals behind the scenes, people are agreeing elsewhere, not in this committee. Please, it's fine. You know, this government of national unity is okay. We don't have a problem with that. But I'm saying, let's respect each other. And in fact, I'll propose that we have a physical meeting. It's been long that we don't meet. We meet over a Zoom here. You know, we have a meeting virtually. If we can, possibly, you know, it's almost over a month now that we don't meet physically. That's my proposal. My last shot is that if there's any case which was investigated and us as a core committee, we have done wrong, you know, we have jeopardized the case, let it be clear. Let's know about that case. As far as I'm concerned, I've heard nothing that a portfolio committee on police has jeopardized a case of a particular person. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Matthys, your hand is up. I'm going to give you 2 minutes as well.
It's a legacy hand, Chair. I'll lower it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matthys. No problem. Honorable Muela, last one, and then we need to move on with the agenda. Honorable Muela.
I'm sorry, Chair. I don't want to delay the meeting, but I think it is very much important that for us to avoid this taking toe-to-toe on this particular matter. At some point when this particular matter arises, let's try to seek a legal advice to parliamentary advisory body so that we are guided in terms of how we can draw the line between playing oversight and then also on the issue of ongoing crisis and administrative work. I'm just saying, let's also look into getting a legal advice from the parliamentary legal services so that we are within the line and we don't tap on each other's toe and feel like this one will say no, this one will say yes, so that we are within the boundaries of the law and we are in compliance with what we are doing. So I was just saying, let's also look into that particular avenue. Thank you very much, Chair and the members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muela. Colleagues, I appreciate that already we're engaging. I would like us to can we then move to adopt the agenda, please? I just want to check. I see 2 hands are still up. I assume they are legacy hands, but can we move to adopt the agenda as is? Honorable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to all the members on the committee and the members that have joined us this morning. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Can I have a second to that? Honorable Mbio.
And members of the committee, I second it.
Thank you, Honorable Mbio. We then move to adopt the agenda as is. Babalwa, please just confirm the apologies for us.
Chair, I received the apology from the minister. He will be attending a cabinet meeting. Deputy Minister PSIRA and the National Commissioner will be attending the meeting of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. Honorable Kluti, he will leave the meeting early today at 11 o'clock. These are the only apologies that I have received, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babalwa. I was just about to say, I don't know, I'm glad Honorable Muela is with us. I thought he'd sent a proxy. We then are going to start looking at the consideration and the adoption of committee budget reports that we've worked through from SAPS, the Secretariat, IPID and PSIRA. Colleagues, and once we have worked through that, we are then going to look at a presentation by the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Musekile, and that will then be followed by a brief presentation and our engagement with the Women Empowerment Platform as previously indicated. I would then like to ask that we look at the adoption. Babalwa, will you do the relevant airing for us? Let's just give a second. Morning, Advocate Pikoli. It's good to see you as well.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee and the Deputy Ministers. Thank you very much.
Good to have you with us, Advocate. Thank you. Babalwa, will you share for us? Nicolette, thank you. I just want to double check. Honorable Skosana, is it a legacy hand or can we lower your hand? Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Colleagues, you then remember the first one that we're looking at was the budget vote for the South African Police Service. There were specific recommendations and observations made in that report. I would firstly like to make sure that everyone is comfortable with the observations and that everyone's observations were included in the report. So we're just going to scroll to there. Nicolette, would it be possible, I'm going to sound like a very, with no offense to someone that is older, but I'm going to sound very old, whether we could maybe make it a 1-page. I see there's, there we go. There we go. So firstly, colleagues, we looked at the consideration of the 2025-26 APP and strategic plan from 2025 to 2030. The first part was that we questioned the role of police unions in disciplinary processes and whether they contribute meaningfully sometimes in terms of the prevention of misconduct and criminality within the police. It was emphasized that union involvement should extend beyond member representation and include proactive efforts that uphold professional standards and integrity. Another observation was that the committee noted and accepted the serious concern expressed by unions regarding ongoing killings of police officers. I cannot stress this enough, and these incidents were characterized as direct attacks on the authority of the state. And in this context, the committee suggested that legislative amendments may be necessary to enhance the protection of law enforcement personnel. Concerns were also raised regarding the continued application of Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which governs the use of force by police officials. Members argued that the section is outdated and called for comprehensive review to provide clarity on the lawful use of force in the execution of their duties. Concern was raised regarding the continued attrition of experienced detectives, with approximately 60 leaving the service annually. Members noted the APP lacks sufficient focus on retention strategies, while SAPS cited ongoing development of the retention policy and allowance structure. The committee stressed urgency and implementation. Identification of 400 new candidates was welcomed, but members called for structured mentorship and training to strengthen detective capacity. Additional concerns were raised regarding the adequacy of support structures to help detectives meet increased targets. Members questioned the pace of SAPS modernization, particularly the integration of technology and data analytics in detective work. SAPS acknowledged budget constraints, including a 2.3% reduction in machinery and equipment. Members noted that digital transformation is lagging and key systems remained incompatible with those of the Department of Home Affairs and the NPA, hampering coordination across the criminal justice system. One, Nicolette, that would make sense to me there that I think we missed, I can't remember, someone in the committee mentioned it, was to include IPID in that system as well, that they would somehow also be part of that integrated system. Then the next point was the committee raised concern about persistent delays in the finalization of forensic reports, including ballistics, toxicology, and DNA, which results in cases being struck off court rolls. And although SAPS noted that adjusted estimates would reflect increased funding for backlog reduction, members called for greater transparency on the number of cases closed undetected due to pending forensic analysis. Members highlighted the deteriorating condition of police stations, vehicle depots, and forensic laboratories, which negatively affects morale and service delivery. Members acknowledge the need to balance infrastructure investment with operational and crime reduction requirements. Concerns were further raised about widespread vandalism of facilities. The committee welcomed the proposed increased functional devolution of maintenance and construction from DPWI to SAPS, but questioned SAPS's readiness and resource capacity. Members highlighted that mandatory physical security assessment should be conducted, and members questioned the use of private security companies to safeguard police stations, expressing concern over implications for internal capacity, resource allocation, and the credibility of SAPS as a law enforcement institution. Committee sought clarity of rationale behind outsourcing security functions at facilities that are by mandate responsible for public safety, and whether this points to broader challenges in physical infrastructure, security, and personnel deployment. Members welcomed increased performance targets, particularly those related to extortion and the so-called construction mafia, given their severe impact on economic development. And however, further clarity was requested on how opportunistic extortion will be distinguished from organized criminal networks. Members questioned what support structures have been established to assist detective services component in achieving their targets. The committee expressed concern over ongoing delays in finalizing disciplinary hearings and the presence of officers with criminal convictions still serving within SAPS. Members cited this as a major reputational risk and an obstacle to public trust. The persistent misalignment between IPID recommendations and SAPS imposed sanctions were highlighted as a critical weakness. While SAPS reported the deployment of 300 recruits to FCS units, members remain concerned about inadequate resourcing and the integrity of personnel. Allegations that some FCS members have themselves been implicated in sexual offences were particularly concerning. Members sought confirmation that GBVF is treated as a priority crime and questioned why related targets, such as the reduction in incidents of violence against women and children, were removed from earlier APP drafts. The lack of disaggregated statistics and robust indicators was seen as a regression in SAPS's stated commitment to combating GBVF, and the committee welcomed the reintroduction of targets associated with violence against women and children. The committee questioned whether sufficient support mechanisms exist for unionized SAPS members, such as help desks at station level. SAPS indicated that shop stewards are active within police stations and aid on labor-related matters, but members suggested the need for more formalized and accessible support infrastructure. Concerns were raised about increased allocations to the VIP protection and ministry sub-programs, particularly considering resource shortages in critical operational areas, and attributed this to the additional executive appointments and expanded administrative functions under the GNU. Members urged a more balanced and allocation model that prioritizes core policing services. Members questioned the criteria used to prioritize station upgrades and new builds, and whether these align with local crime trends and population growth. Members expressed concern about continued delays in the implementation of the IJS program. This is the Integrated Justice System program, noting that even basic technology solutions are still lacking, and the delay undermines case coordination, etc. Concerns were raised regarding SAPS's ability to meet growing cybersecurity obligations, particularly under reduced capital allocations, which SAPS indicated that cyber and intelligence services remain a priority. Members questioned whether current capacity is sufficient to address emerging threats. The committee asked how SAPS in 2025-26 plans align with the NDDP, particularly in areas such as broader security, cybercrime, and trust building. Members raised concerns about the transparency and consistency of school safety interventions. Serious concerns was raised over delays in conducting post-mortems, which have led to postponement of funerals, causing emotional and cultural distress to families. Members called for urgent intervention to address bottlenecks in medico-legal services. Members flagged the backlog in security clearances as significant concern, particularly regarding its potential impact on the achievement of annual performance targets within the crime intelligence component. The committee sought clarity on the extent of the backlog and its implications for operational effectiveness and the timelines for its resolution. The committee asked whether Crime Intelligence Chief Financial Officer, currently facing criminal charges, was involved in the budget allocation process. Concerns were raised about the implications for financial accountability. Concerns were raised over delays in tabling key policing legislation before Parliament, and members called for clear timelines and updates on the remedial actions taken in response to recurring audit findings. Members questioned SAPS's use of qualitative performance instruments such as customer satisfaction surveys, requesting clarity on their development, validation, and reliability. Clarity was sought on how integrated crime and violence prevention strategy reports are being measured, utilized, and integrated into SAPS's broader performance framework. Members questioned whether these reports are linked to specific performance indicators, how their findings inform strategic or operational planning, and what mechanisms are in place to ensure that recommendations or observations arising from ICVPS reports lead to reasonable improvements in police visibility, crime deterrence, and courtroom outcomes. In response, then just the notes, the department noted the following, and I'm not going to read through all of that. You can indicate if there's something that you believe the department did not respond on, but I think all of the response noted was adequate. If we can just stop there, go slightly up. Sorry, Nicolette. I just want to highlight that specific paragraph where it says the minister noted specific crime fighting. If you could go up slightly, a little bit more. There we go. The minister identified key crime fighting priorities, including the murder rate, proliferation of illegal firearms, drug-related crimes, and GBVF. And although official statistics show a decline in some of these areas, the minister cautioned that SAPS must remain attentive to the lived experience of communities. Other priorities include extortion and stock theft. So I just wanted to highlight that because that's what was also listed by the minister last week, and it links to most of the points or many of the points that SAPS and DPCI, IPID, etc. have come forward with. That's just another one slightly up, sorry, Nicolette, at the bottom of the previous page. To alleviate pressure on operational vehicle availability, SAPS confirmed that a 1.5 billion rand has been allocated toward procurement of new vehicles across the country. So it's just important to highlight that. Colleagues, the recommendations. These are the recommendations made by the committee. I'm going to go through them as well. Some I'll go into more detail than others. The first one is that SAPS should urgently finalize its retention policy for detectives and specialist investigations with a view to halting the loss of skilled personnel. This policy must be presented to the committee within 2025-26 financial year and must include revised allowances, incentives, and long-term career development pathways for detectives. And that's something I think the entire committee can't stress enough. SAPS must provide detailed and disaggregated plan to address backlogs in the FSL, including DNA, ballistics, and toxicology. The plan should include updated budget requirements, turnaround time benchmarks, and steps to improve coordination with investigators. Reporting on undetected case closures must also be included in future APPs. I just want to pause there for 1 second and just give acknowledgement and recognition to the fact that it seems that both SAPS and DPWI have really stepped forward regarding new labs and collaborative initiatives. As I understand with the CSIR, we'll get a briefing on that at some point in more detail, but it is important to note that after the committee's engagement with SAPS specifically on that, and I don't think it's purely because of the committee, but there has been a significant movement on improving the whole FSL division. So it's important to give recognition to that. I think it's a very positive step in the right direction. And point number 3, the committee reports the proposal to devolve certain infrastructure functions to SAPS and recommends that engagements with the DPWI be further enhanced to fast-track the devolution to SAPS. SAPS must table a readiness report outlining its technical capacity, staffing, and systems for maintaining and upgrading facilities. Prioritization of station upgrades must be guided by clear, published criteria based on crime prevalence, population density, and regional risk factors. SAPS must continue to prioritize and resource its cybercrime capabilities and crime intelligence components in line with the outcomes of the MTDP. A detailed update on progress of upskilling, equipment procurement, and interagency collaboration in the cyber environment must be submitted to the committee at the end of the current financial year. SAPS must accelerate the integration of modern investigation tools, particularly digital forensic and artificial intelligence-enabled analytics in the detective services component. A report should be submitted outlining current capacity, future procurement plans, and the intended impact on case resolution times and docket quality at the end of the current financial year. The department should prioritize grade progression for both commissioned and non-commissioned officers, with particular focus on constables and sergeants who have remained in their current ranks for more than 11 years. This is once again one that I can't stress enough. It would make a significant positive impact on morale if this can be addressed. The department must submit a comprehensive report within 3 months of the adoption of this report, detailing the number of affected constables and sergeants, and the report should provide a breakdown by province, police station rank, and the number of years in rank. The Minister of Police must initiate a review of 2016 disciplinary regulations of the South African Police Service. Specific attention should be given to the inclusion of IPID evidence in disciplinary hearings and that investigators be present during disciplinary hearings. Further attention should include that officers must be suspended for the duration of investigation. Officers found guilty of criminal misconduct must be dismissed from the service. The provision of the regulations must be implemented fairly across all ranks and categories of misconduct. We have spoken about this quite a bit over the last few weeks. Honorable Adams mentioned the case of the CFO of Crime Intelligence, who was back at work. I'm not sure if he still is, but was back at work after receiving bail. And there are many, many examples that we've listed in the Western Cape. There are several in the Eastern Cape that we have listed too. So that is critical for us to look into. The last point on this section is SAPS station commanders and provincial commissioners should undergo compulsory training on IPID's mandate, powers, and disciplinary implications, reinforcing cooperation and clarity of roles. I think this is also a critical point. It's something that we need to make very clear, that IPID isn't just a nice to have or something that's just there by coincidence, and that now and then we can consider what they say. IPID plays a vital role and needs to receive the recognition that they are mandated to receive. Nicolette, anything else? Reporting requirements. So the first one, and this is following, I'm going to read through the introduction. Following the deliberations, the Portfolio Committee identified several areas requiring additional information, clarification, and documentation from the SAPS to support ongoing oversight of the department's strategic and budgetary commitments. SAPS is requested to submit the following information. 1. Breakdown of all firearms reported lost or stolen in the 2023-24 financial year to date, disaggregated by province and firearm type. The report should include the number of firearms that were recovered linked to criminal offences and subject to internal disciplinary or criminal proceedings. List of the police stations earmarked for construction over the next 5 years, including locations, estimated timelines, and cost breakdown. SAPS must also clarify whether the necessary findings has been secured and approved by National Treasury. Report on the national distribution of staffing of FCS units, including gaps and resourcing challenges. This should include an intervention plan to ensure full staffing and geographic coverage of FCS units. Reports on the current vehicle-to-member ratio per province and police station. In addition, the committee requests a plan for improving vehicle availability in rural and under-resourced areas, including maintenance targets, fleet expansion, and centralized monitoring of operational vehicle uptime. One that we missed there, Nicolette, is the inclusion of or indication of members that don't have driver's licenses and those that do, that may not have state authority to drive state vehicles. That is a problem at quite a few stations that we have visited. The next point is a report on the long pending skills and qualifications audit of senior SAPS management. Clarity must be provided on the extent of implementation of continuous professional development programs for commanders, including specialized unit personnel. Must emphasize on this point too that it's not just in terms of just a random skills audit or just an internal audit. What's critical about this is to really make sure that we determine whether people are actually competent to be in the specific position that they are in. Or if, and I think a lot of people would purely see this as punitive. I don't think that it should just be seen in that way. I think it's also a way of identifying whether someone's skills could be better used in a different part of the South African Police Service, and that should be acknowledged too. The last point is the disclosure of the total number of senior officers, brigadier and above, who failed polygraph tests, were flagged in lifestyle audits, and faced disciplinary consequences. Colleagues, that is the overview. Everyone has read the rest. I'm then going to give the opportunity to the honourable members to ask whether they would like to move to adopt the report or remember too that political parties can, as a political party, reserve their right. The floor is open. Honourable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. I might have missed it, and if I have, you'll direct me to it. The forensic lab, as part of our recommendations, I don't see it in there, that we need to give, there needs to be a deliberate operational plan on getting our forensic labs to an acceptable standard. It should not only just be dealing with GBV cases and processing that, but also assist in other criminal matters. And as you know, we did oversight. I wasn't part of it, obviously, but they're in a dilapidated state. So
perfect. No, you're 100% right, Honourable Matthys. Point 12.2 on recommendations. Says SAPS must provide a detailed and disaggregated plan to address backlogs in FSL, including DNA, ballistics, and toxicology. I think, Honourable Matthys, just please guide me, but possibly we can also then add, in terms of construction, we did indicate construction in general, but Nicolette, maybe if Honourable Matthys can guide, but we can add the construction of or mention a construction of the actual labs, whether they are built already and just need to be kitted out, whatever it may be, that we just have the timeline on specifically that. Honourable Matthys?
Yes. I can be guided by that. But yeah, I would like us to specify not just on the DNA, but the actual the forensic labs that need to be built, but the current one as well that is in a appalling condition. So we need to have a timeline on that and perhaps include it as part of our oversight at some point. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Spot on, Honourable Matthys. Will do. We then add that. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to concur quickly with the honourable member that, time frame is very important. I mean, we were there, we know exactly what happened, and we know the Department of Public Works cannot deliver. As I'm sitting here, I don't think anything has been done since we left there. And I guess we recommended on that day that, I'm not sure whether the department, SAPS itself, because I know in terms of the regulations, they are not allowed to build things for themselves. But if you remember when we went to in Guamashu, when we see the surveillance cameras there, that building, which had been a lot of constructions have been changed there. The service providers, this time is this one, that time is that one. I hope that in the end of a financial year, this issue of a forensic lab would have been resolved or being moved out of that place where we were and get something else if they can build a forensic lab for SAPS. For me, I think we should not just tick the box. When we go there, there should be a difference. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about this issue again and again. But I hope that by the end of a financial year, there'll be something, which one can really, something tangible to say at least the portfolio committee has worked on this one and help the South African Police Service and the society at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Thank you for your input. Colleagues, I would like to know whether we can move to adopt the report. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the labs, I would just like to add that we did, when we did the oversight, we did tell the SAPS that we would be returning in about October. As they said, it would take 6 months for them to finalize everything and to fix the building, or if not, move. So that is in a previous meeting's timeline that we would be returning. But on that note, Chair, I don't know if anybody has anything else to say. I do think that the reports are well set out. It does compile everything that we discussed. So for that reason, I do move for the adoption, Chair. But I would like to ask that or to submit that the DA would reserve our right on in terms of the budget vote, even though we do agree with the reports. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Colleagues, can I have a second to that? Anyone? Honourable Kola Barnard.
Second that, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. I just want to make sure, are there any further political parties that would like to reserve the right?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Good morning.
Yes, Honourable Mthethwa.
I know that as an alternative member, I cannot, but I thought Honourable Matthys is available to say we reserve the right as EFF. If she could confirm that, please.
Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. Honourable Matthys.
Yes, to confirm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. EFF also then reserves the right.
The ANCC reserves the right, Chairperson. Sorry.
We support the report, the African National Congress, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Muela. Colleagues, the report is then adopted with the reservation of rights.
My hand is up, sir.
Sorry, Reverend Meshwa, I missed your hand. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning. I also want to reserve the right of the ACDP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Meshwe. I think that covers everyone. Honourable Matthys, your hand is up.
Legacy hand, Chair.
No problem. Colleagues, we then move to we can move to the next one. This report is then adopted as proposed by Honourable Schikkerling and then seconded by Honourable Muela. Thank you, Nicolette. We'll then move to the next report. The next one was the report that we worked through for the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, namely SIRA. We can then move down to the observations and recommendations. There's a typo. Sorry, Nicolette. I know we're not fixing typos now. We can go back to it later at recommendations. Can we go straight to the recommendations? I think the members can indicate if any observations weren't indicated, but the recommendations, I believe, are critical. There we go. Committee recommendations. The first one, the committee notes with concern a significant number of firearms held within the private security industry and the associated risks of proliferation and misuse. It is therefore recommended that SIRA enhance its oversight, inspection, and regulatory enforcement mechanisms with particular emphasis on strengthening operational capacity of its firearm enforcement unit. This includes improving the unit's ability to monitor compliance, conduct inspections, and enforce corrective measures against companies in possession of firearms. The second one, the committee recommends that SIRA intensify its efforts to prevent the employment of undocumented foreign nationals with the private security industry. SIRA must implement proactive measures to ensure that all individuals employed in the sector possess valid documentation, authorizing them to work and reside in the country. In addition, the authority should strengthen monitoring and enforcement against security companies that knowingly employ individuals without the required legal status. These actions are essential to uphold legal compliance, safeguard industry standards, and promote accountability within the sector. The committee notes the allocation of the 3.5 million rand by SIRA for building and infrastructure development and recommends that SIRA actively explore the option of acquiring ownership of its own premises, reducing reliance on leased facilities would contribute to long-term financial efficiency and institutional stability, and mitigate the ongoing costs associated with excessive rental payments. The committee notes SIRA's investment of 15 million rand in training initiatives, but raises concern over reports that learners have not received their certificates upon completion. It is recommended that SIRA urgently address delays in the issuance of training certificates, as these are critical for learners to access employment opportunities in the security industry. Additionally, SIRA should focus on making the training programs more attractive and relevant to the job market, thereby enhancing their effectiveness in preparing learners for employment. SIRA should expedite the establishment of regional offices in various provinces to enhance service accessibility and operational efficiency. This decentralization initiative will reduce travel costs currently incurred by employees traveling from distant provinces and ensure that community members can access SIRA services without the need to travel to other towns. Localizing.
I'll call you later, man. I'm just in the middle of meetings left, right, and center.
Sorry, Honorable Adams, I just muted you there. Sorry. SIRA must focus on implementing a financial model that effectively aids in the collection of funds from the industry. SIRA must enhance its presence and enforcement capabilities to address the issue of illegal security companies operating without proper authorization. These fly-by-night firms pose significant risk to both the country and local communities. Immediate action is required to prevent the potential harm, etc. One that I think just right at the either in the last point or at the top one, Nicolette, that we have missed is the issue of security companies being involved in extortion. We know of the recent matter that I have sent questions regarding SIRA of a notorious soccer club owner whose house was raided by SARS, and during that raid they found a whole lot of firearms that were registered to a security company, and SIRA for some or other reason didn't suspend services by that security company and said that it was just rented space for the company, which is in total contravention in this specific case to the Firearm Control Act and their own regulations. So I think it's important, and the reason why I mentioned this with extortion is I think it has become quite prominent that there's a small group of rogue security companies that form part of extortion rackets, and I think we can't stress that enough. We've also noted, for example, in the Eastern Cape during oversight, how it popped up quite often that certain taxi bosses in some of the areas that we did oversight on were in cahoots with rogue security companies and would together perform certain extortion duties, if we could call it that. Colleagues, that is the report on SIRA. We'll go through the same exercise. Can we move to adopt the report? And remember, you can also reserve your right as a political party. Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how to phrase it, but something that would speak and emphasize the need of good governance within SIRA and the separation of powers that I raised previously. But unfortunately, it led to anarchy. My reason for this is because constantly I have noticed that it is the CEO who runs the show. We don't get enough participation by the board itself in reporting, during reporting. So that's one thing that I think, yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. A very good point. Any other recommendations or observations that members feel need to be added? Can we move to adopt the report? Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the report. I think that it is a true reflection and it's very balanced. I would like to submit that we do reserve our right on the budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Kola Barnard.
I second that.
Thank you. Any other parties reserve rights? Honorable Matthys.
The Economic Freedom Fighters reserves the right.
Thank you, Honorable Matthys. Honorable Schikkeling.
Chair, just thank you. I didn't see the DA there, but it is there just to note our reservation of rights. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Reverend Misha. Yes, Reverend.
Also reserve our rights, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Misha. Sorry, colleagues, I'm also just making notes as we go. Honorable Matthys, is it a legacy hand?
We support, Chair. We support the report. African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. We then move to adopt the report with the reserving rights on the budget vote for the EFF, DA, and ACDP. Honorable James.
Apologies, Chair, I have network problems in the village. We support the report with reservations. That's actually say.
Thank you, Honorable James. Appreciated. Thank you, Nicolette. We then move to adopt with reservation on, yeah, we've got it covered. We can move to the next one. Honorable Stokopo, I hope you have some breakfast for all of us to enjoy later this morning. We'll now go to the next report. Colleagues, this is the report of IPID. Again, budget vote and the annual performance plan of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. We'll go straight to the observations and recommendations. Again, I'm not going to read through all the observations. It's 4 pages of observations that we made. It was a very lengthy discussion that we had. You all would have received this. I will give an opportunity after going through the recommendations to make sure that we didn't miss anything that was mentioned, that any member feels strongly about ensuring that it is added. We're just going to the recommendations. We then go to the committee recommendations. The first one is the department should submit a comprehensive costed breakdown of the 463 million rand additional funding request over the MTEF, clearly linking each amount to specify capacity or service delivery outcomes. This will enable Parliament to engage meaningfully with National Treasury to develop a multi-year costed funding framework for IPID that ensures adequate baseline funding for core investigative work, forensic services, and operational needs. The department should initiate a formal review of the 90-day limit for investigation under the 2012 regulations with a view of introducing flexible, risk-based timeframes that balance accountability with investigative integrity, and this could include a tiered timeline model, almost a tired timeline model, prioritizing quality over speed while maintaining accountability. The department should conclude a formal memorandum of understanding, or MOU, with the Department of Justice to formalize interim and long-term witness protection mechanisms. This could not be stressed enough. This could include the development of a referral mechanism for victims and whistleblowers who may face intimidation. The department should adopt national norms and standards for complainant engagement, ensuring that individuals who report police misconduct are regularly informed about the progress of their cases. The inclusion of automated case update and feedback as part of the new CMS should be prioritized and implemented as a priority. IPID established clear implementation milestones, including timelines for the automation of case feedback to complainants to improve accountability and transparency. The department should ensure that public education and outreach campaigns are focused on rights awareness, accountability, and whistleblower protection. These should be rolled out across multiple platforms: radio, social media, community dialogues, schools, and public service announcements, and be tailored to diverse linguistic, cultural, and rural contexts to ensure broad accessibility. The department should implement dedicated measures to ensure that serious criminal cases involving police officers, particularly those related to rape, murder, and gender-based violence, are not delayed, deprioritized, or mishandled due to backlogs or resource limitations. These cases must be subject to elevated oversight and expedited investigation timelines to uphold public trust, safeguard the rule of law, and promote professional standards within the police service. To strengthen proactive oversight and improve responsiveness to systemic police abuse, it is recommended that IPID be empowered to initiate investigations on its own accord without requiring a formal complaint. This would align South Africa's oversight framework with international best practices, such as the mandate of the Independent Police Oversight Authority, IPOA, in Kenya. The department should conduct a legal review to determine whether this mandate can be enabled through amendments to the existing IPID regulations or whether it would necessitate a legislative amendment. The Minister of Police should engage with the Minister of Health at cabinet level to ensure that the prioritization of police post-mortem examinations and medical evidence reports, including J88 forms, in cases investigated by IPID. Timely access to medical forensic reports is critical for the effective investigation and prosecution of serious police misconduct, including cases involving death, assault, and torture. The department must develop an evaluative reporting framework to assess the appropriateness of disciplinary sanctions imposed by SAPS relative to the nature and severity of the underlying misconduct. This framework should facilitate the identification of patterns where sanctions appear misaligned with the seriousness of the offence or significantly deviate from the recommendations made by IPID. The report must be submitted annually to the committee. The department must identify and report on police stations with the highest incidence of reported misconduct as reflected in IPID registered cases and disciplinary actions. This analysis should include trends over time to allow for the targeted interventions and must be submitted annually to the committee. The mechanism should be introduced for IPID to track and flag repeat offenders within SAPS, and this information should inform SAPS promotion, deployment, and training decisions. A risk register of officers under investigation multiple times should be created and updated regularly. Colleagues, that is the report on IPID. Are there any points you want to add, Honourable Mtetwa?
Thank you, Chair. Given the recently experienced incident at Randbeck where the witnesses were gunned down, I think there should be something that talks to the intensification or review or intensification of the protection, whistleblowers protection or something. I don't know if it is captured because I wasn't there when this incident happened, so I don't know what were the discussions around that matter. And then the other thing, I think it is the issue of political interference. I think there must be something that emphasizes this issue, because when it comes to IPID, there's too much political interference on matters that revolve. And when I always say hashtag I'm not a number, I want to emphasize that a death of a policeman is not something that should be experienced in this country. When you look at USA treats policemen are feared in USA. You can't just stand and shoot a policeman in public. So I think there must be something that speaks to that the issue of police dying at work publicly. So it's I don't know what is it that we can say around that, a recommendation. Maybe the department should provide us, or the IP should provide us, a detailed intensified approach towards that, circumventing that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm not even sure how to phrase this. Last week we heard that, or the week before we heard that IPID, in terms of these cases where we had a murder case, a murder committed by a member, and IPID gave recommendations to SAPS in terms of what they can do. I think I've always been of the opinion that IPID had a lot more authority, and that was shocking to me. I think it was Honorable Shikling who said they like a dog with no bite. In terms of the authority and their mandate, how do we, or how can they then enforce that authority and mandate without it sort of sounding as if though they're just there to give guidance? That's the one concern. Like I'm saying, I'm not sure how to really phrase it. The second one was that we also spoke. We find that when there's incidents in communities involving policemen, the community does not hear from IPID, which also further breaks down the trust between the local police station as well as the community. I'd like to also recommend that IPID strengthens its community engagements at police stations where incidents has occurred. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable James. Nicolette, I think the note we've mentioned in the previous one, actually with SAPS, we very clearly mentioned the fact that they need to actually consider the recommendations of IPID more seriously, because it does seem that sometimes that doesn't happen. So I think there's something worth noting on this report as well. We can phrase it in a similar way, if I understand Honourable James correctly, but that IPID needs to actually get the recognition that they are mandated to get. I don't want to say that they deserve, because that's self-explanatory, but they are mandated to do a certain job, and there's no use in them making recommendations, but those recommendations aren't actually adhered to by the South African Police Service. So I think it's important to note that. Honourable Mtetwa, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I think also, in addition to Honourable James, maybe there should be a rapid communication strategy by IPID, especially on cases where it shouldn't be the committee's responsibility to ask about police that have been taken back to work when they have bail. You know, it should be the responsibility of IPID to then clarify to the community, for the purpose of the community, to allay fears of privileges by other policemen who are found wanting, yet they are back at work. I think it should be a standard practice that when that happens, there must be a communication that is issued by IPID or the SAPS about that particular case. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. I agree with you. I think we can likely all agree with that. I think it's an important point. Yeah, so Nicolette, maybe that speaks to the digital database / management system that IPID can actually that should be linked. That's where that integrated system that I spoke of in the SAPS report is so important, that we can actually get if I understand you correctly, Honorable Mtetwa, it would give us a way of then also actually seeing a live, let's call it a dashboard for lack of a better description, where IPID can then give feedback and say, but X, Y, and Z people are still in service.
100%, Chairperson. The integrated system would help a lot, but further to that must be a communication directed to the community, because community might not have that access to the dashboard, or others, because of ignorance, they might not even follow up these things on the system. But just a mere ordinary communication to say, this particular case, the reason why this particular individual is back at work, it's because of ABC, and that's it.
Yes.
Thanks.
I think maybe I'm nitpicking a little bit to add to it on Mtetwa, but Nicolette, we can also say that as far as publicly allowed, it's important that IPID recommendation is included with that, or if they did make a recommendation. The reason I say this is because if we look at, for example, and I don't think IPID was actually directly involved with it, but I'm still going to use it as an example. If we look at the case of the detective that we've mentioned so many times on this platform at Ballard, I mean, he was literally caught with a whole lot of drugs, the firearm contraventions, firearm control act contraventions, but he's back at work, despite the fact that he was arrested and out on bail. Same with the constable, I think constable that was arrested with the over 900 tablets of Mandrax, also back at work, despite being out on bail for such a serious offense. Not even mentioning the general at Crime Intelligence that Honorable Adams mentioned. So it's, yeah. So I think it's important that that we add that, and then obviously, as you correctly typed the poppy challenges. Colleagues, I think that includes it. If we can scroll down, Nicolette. We then move or consider the report. Can we move for the adoption? And again, remember that you can move to adopt the report, but reserve your rights specifically for the budget vote. Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you for the very detailed report. It's a good report. We move for the adoption with a reservation of rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. We support the report as Action SA with reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. We then move to adopt the report. I see Honorable Reverend Meshwe. I'll go with you first before I miss your name again. Reverend, you're welcome.
Thank you, so Chairperson. We support the report with reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Meshwe. Honorable Mtetwa.
I'm not sure if Matthias is still around, but I want to register the reservation by EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Colleagues, we then move to adopt the report. Thank you, Nicolette. I must just stress, before we go to the Secretariat, I must just thank Nicolette and Babalwa for compiling all of this. It is a massive task. So thank you very much, Nicolette, for all your effort. We can move to the next report. The next one is specifically for the Civilian Secretariat of Police, and we will obviously again go straight to the recommendations. If there are observations that you feel were missed, you're welcome. I will open the floor after going through the recommendations for any additions. I'm going to start with point number 1, which is that the Secretariat should ensure the expedited finalization and tabling of all critical legislation, including the SAPS Amendment Bill and Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill within the 2025-26 financial year. Progress updates should be submitted quarterly to the committee to support effective legislative oversight. The next point, number 2, is the department should engage with National Treasury to explore conditional grants or external donor support for key programs, such as GBVF policy implementation, CPF support, and violence prevention in schools. The department should invest in digital monitoring tools for oversight activities, such as electronic dashboards to track SAPS implementation of CSPS policy recommendations and DVA compliance inspections. The department should consider the establishment of a national forum for police policy implementation, bringing together CSPS, SAPS, IPID, PSIRA, and community structures to evaluate policy effectiveness and resolve implementation bottlenecks. The department must prioritize the full and coordinated implementation of the national policing policy, ensuring that it is operationalized across all spheres of government through binding implementation plans, measurable indicators, and oversight mechanisms. Colleagues, the floor is open. What would you like to add, or is there any contribution you would like to make? While we wait for hands, Nicolette, I might add that I think it is important for the sake of this cycle to actually say that in the feedback from the Secretariat, it should include the implementation of the recommendations from all of the other reports. I think it's very important that we emphasize that the Secretariat has a significant oversight function. It's also important, colleagues, and specifically the committee members, that we remember that a lot of the complaints that you receive very often can also be directed to the Secretariat as well, to assist in directing it to the correct office or the correct institution. It's important that we use the mechanism of the Secretariat, because it is a very useful remedy, and it is something that could assist us greatly in assisting public complaints sometimes that need processing. And Nicolette, I think it includes everything. Honourable Mtetwa, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I want to concur with you, Chair. It's only that I'm still struggling to locate this particular entity between SAPS and the community, the link between the community and SAPS. But I concur with you, because in my experience during my term of office with the presidential hotline, the challenge was always that community did not know where to take things to, who to follow things with, and it has always been a very gray area. So if this particular entity would be that link between the community and the policing, I think it would play a very critical role. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. I think it's important. I think it actually fits in with what we said last year as well, and it speaks to the marketing, call it marketing for lack of a better word, of the department, of the Secretariat. I don't think a lot of people understand the actual mandate of the Secretariat, and I think we as a committee have an opportunity to also highlight that as much as we can when the Secretariat plays a specific role in any of our sessions. So it's important. I think let's call it marketing or communication to the public about the role and responsibility of the Secretariat. Honourable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm partially covered by Honourable Mtetwa and yourself. I just wanted to say that they need to strengthen marketing in terms of being accessible to communities, and this needs to be prioritized at stations that reports a high level of incidents, which they obviously need to monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. Noted. There we go. Colleagues, we then move for the adoption of the report. Honorable Mokoena, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. May I have a second to that? Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second that move. I would just like to note our reservation, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable James, your hand is up.
It's a legacy hand, apologies, Chief, but I support the report with reservations.
Thank you, Honorable James. No problem. Honorable Reverend Meshwe.
Support with reservations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Honorable Mthethwa.
I rise to register the reservation of EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. We then move to adopt the report. Thank you, Nicolette, again, for your help with this. I don't think there are any more reports. Let me just refer back to the agenda. Colleagues, we now have 3 more administrative points before we move to a presentation by the South African Police Service. This is to adopt minutes of previous meetings. If we could possibly get those on the screen. The adoption of minutes today focuses on the minutes from the 20th of May, 18th of June, and the 20th of June. Babalwa, Nicolette, thank you. Colleagues, you would have all received these minutes. Can we move to adopt? This was specifically with regard to the visit by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority of Kenya, or IPOA. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I see the hand of Honorable James is up, but I think it is still a legacy hand. Honorable James. Now it's down again. Can we have a second to Honorable Mokwena's move to adopt this set of minutes, please?
Shame, I pity you, Chairperson.
No, it's okay, Honorable Mthethwa, I'll survive.
I think I'm going to challenge this thing of alternative members not able to, to confirm.
No problem. Colleagues, are there any of the members that can second the adoption of this report? Honorable Schikkeling.
Chairperson, because several of us did not attend the meeting, we obviously cannot second this motion. But I mean, I don't know. Honorable Mthethwa did attend the meeting, so perhaps he may.
Well, there we go. Honorable Muela just uttered that he supports. So we've got our second to adopt the report from those that were present at the meeting.
I second the adoption of the minutes as I was present in that meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The job, Mr. Muela.
Thank you. We then move to adopt this set of minutes. Thank you, Babalwa. We can move to the next set. The next one is specifically with regards to the consideration of IPID and PSIRA's budget, APP, and strategic plan. A lot of people were present, almost everyone, in fact. Can we move to adopt these set of minutes? Honorable Schikkeling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of these minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Mbio.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I second it.
Thank you, Honorable Mbio. We then move to adopt the minutes from that meeting. The next one. Thank you, Babalwa. Colleagues, the next one is I think this was the 20th of June, and this was the retable 25 to 26 strategic plan from the South African Police Service, the APP and budget. Again, everyone would have received this. Can we move to adopt? Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of these minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Mbio.
Thank you, Chair. I second it.
Thank you, Honourable Mbio. We then move to adopt the minutes from the 20th of June. Thank you again, Babalwa, for your effort with always preparing the minutes. Colleagues, we then can move on the program for this morning. We are slightly ahead of time, so let's try and stay within the time framework that we have. I would like to give the opportunity to the South African Police Service to start with this presentation. This is a presentation regarding the progress report from SAPS on the case of Jaydenlee Meek and other cases of violence against children. I just want to stress before we begin, we touched on it at the beginning of this meeting. I want to just emphasize that we are cautious of not interfering in any way or influencing a case in any way. We can also not do any kind of prejudgment of a matter before it hasn't been investigated adequately. I also then want to give an opportunity to the Deputy Minister of Police, DM Matale, if you would like to make a brief introductory remark, DM, before I hand over to the Deputy National Commissioner. Thank you, DM. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to members, DNC Musikidi and the team. We appreciate the opportunity, Chair, you have given us. And we take note as well of the deliberations by committee members on the sensitivities around matters that are still under investigation, and your comments now as you open to invite us to participate. We have been with you since this morning, Chair. We listened to all the issues that the committee reflected on, and we appreciate the issues raised by, firstly, Honorable Ghana, and the contribution by members broadly, that sometimes you raise issues not because you want to interfere, but you raise issues because you want issues that are raised by the public and communities to be taken into consideration by ourselves, who are given the responsibility to look at those issues. And we have a responsibility to respond to the questions that you raise in a manner that we also guide that we should not respond in such a manner that we jeopardize in ongoing investigation. And I am happy with the general attitude that the committee members have displayed and the understanding. We really appreciate this, Chair. But from our side, we will do all that is possible to make sure that we provide the necessary information up to an extent that is permissible. And I think that the Deputy National Commissioner, General Musikidi, and the team, as they respond, they will also respond in a manner that they don't jeopardize the issues that are still under investigation, but they should provide the information that will enable committee members to have a feel and an understanding that issues are being attended to by the police. Thank you once more, and I will take this opportunity to request the Deputy National Commissioner, General Musikidi, to lead the presentation together with the team that is on the platform through you, Chair. General Musikidi.
Thank you. Thank you, DM Matale. General Musikile, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A very good morning to yourself. Good morning to the committee members, to the Deputy Minister of Police, Ntate Castle Matale, co-chair with my colleagues that have accompanied me in this meeting. Chair will note that the National Commissioner is also attending another meeting that is sitting at the same time as this meeting. Hence, I will be leading the team as well as leading the discussions and the presentation. Chairperson with me, it's the team, and we do have the divisional commissioner responsible for investigation that is in the meeting, Lieutenant General Sintumule. We also have, I've noted earlier, the acting Deputy National Commissioner, General Nkhoa, if she is still in the meeting, Chairperson, that is for administration or support services. We also have various, as we have seen, Deputy Provincial Commissioners from the affected provinces, that is Eastern Cape, Western Cape, as well as Gauteng, as the 4 cases that I will be presenting results at those particular provinces. We also in our midst have district commissioners and station commanders of the affected police stations. Chair, in the observing of these protocols and of course with the components that are head office that are relevant to today's meeting. Observing the protocols, Chairperson, I think I would like to start off by indicating the continuous South African Police Service a fight that is a fight against crime that is being observed through the implementation of Operation Chanela. From March of the current year, we have adopted and moved into Chanela 2, that is targeted operations that are specifically looking at certain areas of concerns that have been raised by the committee and various other committees, as well as the communities, notwithstanding the fact that we are leaving out other areas, but we have specific targets that we are looking at, particularly on the issues that affect firearms, to be specific, the 90-day blitz on gender-based violence, on the 90 days and beyond from the South African Police Service. We're also observing the issues of tightening our skills in terms of operational readiness of our members. Chair, you have observed the signing of the further protocols from the 2011 protocols. I must indicate that the protocol with basic education started way back around 2006 with the DISA Tuto project and moved into the signing of the protocol in 2011. It was reviewed, and to date we have seen the strides that were made to look at the current trends in improving on the current protocols. Not to labor much, Chairperson, on this, it's just to also reflect very short on the number of arrests that were made in last week's operations in terms of Operation Chanela 2, which have seen 13,901 suspects from being arrested for a period of 9 June ending the 15th June. Other matters, Chairperson, will relate to the questions that will come, where we'll respond on the issues of the firearms as it was indicated sharply throughout this morning. Will give effect to the numbers of those that were recovered and other operations. Moving into the issues or the matter that is of concern this morning and the presentation on the 25th of 6th, 2025, Chair, on the slides that you are currently viewing on the platform, it's a South African Police Service to give effect to responses in relation to the 4 matters that includes the matter in Galvandale, the case in Paarl East, as well as Hanover Park in the Western Cape. The Galvandale is in the Eastern Cape, as well as a Florida matter. We will also provide on this introductory slide what was also requested in terms of the policing precinct of Florida, as well as the stakeholder engagements that are being implemented at that particular police station, and the assessment that was conducted on receipt of the request to have the expansion of the police station, particularly at Vleerhof, a policing area, which is part and parcel of Florida policing. Chair, if we get to the next slide on specific matters, and I think taking from what was discussed earlier, as well as the comments that the committee members have made and the Deputy Minister of Police, Chairperson, there are issues that I will not stress on because of the sensitivity of having those that have potential of us not being able to win cases or other cases in the future, because they are very much elaborative and exposing some of follow-ups that we need to do in order for us to follow through on the cases. So when I don't mention them, Chairperson, it is my appeal that is not due to disrespect, but to make sure that we do not expose too much, that will then be countered when such incidents happen. On this particular slide, which is slide number 2, Chairperson, specifics in terms of the times as well will not be provided at this stage, but just to indicate, Chairperson, that the matter was reported on the 29th of March at Galvandale Police Station, which highlighted or indicated the murder of a person in that station area that is Evedin Law. And on receipt of the case on the same date, Chairperson, which was just after 1600 hours, all relevant interventions arrived at the police station to respond to the call. And the first responder was the crime prevention official that was not far from the area where the incident happened. And he was later joined by the CSC to cordon off the scene and to also make sure that all the relevant departments are responded and respond to the particular case. Chairperson, it is alleged in this particular incident that the victim was a visitor in the area. He was visiting a family which unfortunately could not be explained at the time when the report was prepared. However, the indication is that it was a stray bullet that was coming from the altercation between the two gang groupings, that is Room Rats as well as the New Kids. Evedin Law was fatally shot in that incident, and she was not part and parcel of the altercation that happened. On the next slide, Chairperson, it's just the outline on the processing of the crime scene as well as the progress of the investigation in this particular matter, where on the 2nd of April, witness statements were obtained from what is perceived to be eyewitnesses, and they were the case, the suspect was as a result arrested, and it is believed that he belongs to the Room Rats. And 6 weeks later, The person was released on bail and on house arrest by the court, and the matter is going to court again the coming Friday, which is the 27th of June. On the next slide, Chairperson, it's the matter that relates to Pal East case, where Tamia Buotha, alias Amia, was a victim. She was reported missing to the Pal East police station or Pal police station, and it is alleged that the victim was last seen around 1500 hours when she joined his or her friends at a particular street in that area. The matter was only reported later that night after the family and the communities have exhausted their search for Tamia from the friends from the nearby areas around 10 o'clock in the evening, where the matter was then attended by the FCS unit in collaboration with the station search groups, and operation commenced immediately. The operation was ended around 3 a.m. where the lighting was a little bit of a challenge, and the following day, the lifeless body of Tamia was discovered at the sports field in the afternoon near Netherberg Primary School. All relevant authorities were summoned to the crime scene to do the processing of the crime scene. That included the local criminalistic record center, the crime scene experts, the canines, as well as other relevant departments from the law enforcement, and the community members were also assisting in that particular search. All the necessary evidence was collected for analysis and processing on slide number 6. Yeah, on slide number 6, a chairperson, and based on the witness statements that were obtained at the crime scene, 2 persons were, as a result, arrested, and they were also being processed. Unfortunately, the matter was not enrolled by the NPA, citing the inconsistencies in the witness statements. And at the time, chairperson of presenting this case to court, DNA results that was taken from both the victims in analysis and comparison with what was found at the crime scene could not collaborate, which then resulted in the matter not being enrolled. A further investigation was pursued from another person of interest. That is a year later, which is in November 2023, and the results as well came back negative. That the results were received around December of the same year. Chairperson, the matter was then escalated on the next slide number 7. The complaint was received by the National Commissioner in respect of this particular matter, and the cold case team at national level was then requested to proceed with this investigation, which they started their investigation immediately when the National Commissioner referred this matter, or as it was escalated. They have commenced with their investigation, including the interviewing of the previous team, as well as to engage with the family. There was another person of interest that was also collected, chair by the team, and the collected evidence again could not link this particular suspect with the case. The investigation is still in progress on this particular matter, and the family is kept abreast by the team chairperson. And I must also indicate that we do have the national coordinator of the cold case team amongst us in the meeting. Moving to the next case, which is a matter that affects late Abrams at Hanover Park. The matter was reported at Philippi Police Station on the 13th, as received on the 13th of May of the current year, and it was also filed as a missing person case of a 9-year-old later. Abrahams. Upon receiving the report, the police immediately commenced with and dispatched relevant authorities and relevant units, and it was also assisted by the community. I must mention these issues that community have all been involved in all the matters of the search, and the CPF chairperson. The report also came to the team that time later was seen walking alone towards the mosque, and while viewing the video footages in the area, it led the search to a particular house, which when the team arrived to investigate, they did found the victim in the company of an adult male person who was arrested immediately. Because of the altercation that happened between, can move to the next slide, between the suspect and the community that was angry, we had to deploy the medium risk team to assist, and the suspect was then successfully protected and taken into custody in Mitchell's Plain, and later he was detained at Paulsmoor Correctional Facility. He appeared at Wynberg Court and on the 16th of May, again on the 23rd of May, where the bail was successfully denied. The case will appear again on the 25th of July of the current financial year, and the matter is still under investigation to follow up on other relevant evidence that will assist in solving this particular case. Sorry. The next matter, Chair, on slide number 11 is the matter at Florida, a policing precinct in Gauteng that involves Jaydenlee Meek, who was also reported missing at Florida Police Station on or around the 13th of May in the evening. The inquiry docket was immediately opened and referenced on the presentation, and a joint search and rescue operation was immediately launched. And the following morning, chairperson, and this also included the community that joined the police in the search of the missing child. The following morning, chairperson, the lifeless body of Jaydenlee Meek was discovered in an area in around the policing precinct of Florida as well, and to preserve the integrity of the crime scene was cordoned off by all relevant role players and authorities, and the crime scene management process, the scene including the collection of evidence that was required to solve that particular matter. There were several people that were approached, including the security personnel, and the matter was investigated from that point. There was a particular request that was made to the pathology units of the Department of Health to assist with the histology and toxicology report, and for this investigation to be fast-tracked. On the following slide, chairperson, slide number 12, the crime scene process. The next slide number 13, apologies. The investigation led the detective at Florida, that it's supported by the team that the provincial commissioner have added to support this investigation in respect of the provincial tracking team and crime intelligence that were also instrumental in the following up of the case. The case, as indicated last time, Chairperson, is at an advanced stage, and there are other follow-ups that are being made, and the information that is received that is being followed. I do have in the meeting the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng responsible for crime detection if there are specifics, Chairperson, but with the sensitivity of the matter, we will be able to respond to where we can. Going forward, Chairperson, it's what was also directed that we need to give a profile of Florida Police Station. The slide that is currently being flighted indicates the area size of Florida Policing Precinct, which is about 47 square meters, the population figure of over 88,000 people. That includes the residents as well as the migrant workers. Unemployment rate at this area including 64%, and the number of sectors. The station area has been demarcated into 2 sectors, and it is covering 5 municipal wards. If we go, I think important to note again on this slide is the ranking of the police station with regards to the crime that is reported, and the crime weight is that Florida is ranked number 36 out of 145 police station in the area. On the next slide, further on the profile, Chairperson, what is significant that I want to emphasize, it's the noting of the tertiary institutions in the area, which is only 1. We also have 1 hospital, 25 clinics that are supported by private surgeries. We have 19 schools and 29 churches and 2 taxi ranks in the Florida policing precincts. We also have the 3 train station and 32 taverns that are operating under own consumptions and 19 of consumption liquor outlets. We have law enforcement operations that were undertaken through Operation Chanela and other operations that are targeting the illegal liquor outlets, and 14 operations have since been launched and successfully being implemented. There was additional visits to spaza shops, that it's the 50 spaza shops in the area were also visited. As a Chairperson, you'll recall that we also adopted an operation that is looking at operations within the spaza shops to save our children in this mentioned 19 schools. In the precinct also include second-hand dealers, recyclers, with a total of 42 general dealers, 12 motor vehicle dealers, 13 scrap metals and recyclers. Going forward, on the next slide number 16, Chairperson, is to also emphasize on the stakeholder collaboration and force multipliers in relation to how policing is undertaken at that particular police station, which includes the partnerships that we are having with the Eyes and Ears, that is E2 project that has been adopted countrywide. The collaboration operations that are being done in an integrated manner, looking at the 5 pillar approved operational approach of the South African Police Service, and the patrols that are being undertaken from time to time by our CPF patrollers at hotspots areas within that policing precinct. We also have realized the Sector Crime Forum that is assisting in disseminating crime information, and they are holding as well the monthly meetings to support the sector. Chairperson, I must also emphasize on this slide the involvement of the Johannesburg Metro Police Department that serves as a multiplier on relevant operations such as roadblocks and to do the operations and implementation of the bylaw enforcement. The Department of Social Development as well as the Department of Education, working in collaboration with the police, they have made strides in contributing to the counseling services and psychosocial support to the victims. As indicated on collaboration, chairperson, and partnerships with private security companies, they also are in constant contact with the police on their armed response capability to assist with visibility in the area, and the coordinated joint operations are also being realized. We also have collaboration with religious organizations that are contributing to the well-being of the community of Florida through spiritual support. Slide number 17, chairperson, on further collaboration. It's an emphasis on the emergency services that are also assisting with response time on the critical incidents, while environmental health of Gauteng Liquor Board and Liquor Board also participate in the compliance inspections of the spaza shops and liquor outlets. We also have collaboration with the City Power as well as ESCOM to respond to the issues of cable theft, amongst others. The regular integrated operations are conducted with stakeholders, including other law enforcement departments within the JCPS cluster and our community in blue teams. We also have a chairperson realized and provided the issues of the private security officers that from time to time are deployed, traffic wardens and the Metro Police officers, a chairperson, just to highlight that will recall that we have signed a memorandum and cooperative agreements with the Metro Police. Hence, we have seen this deployment. On the next slide, chairperson, it's to elaborate further on the staffing of Florida Police Station in terms of human capital as well as physical resources, to include the fact that this station is 93.53% capacitated in terms of the functional operational areas such as visible policing and detective. And we also have realized the junior management post that remains vacant, and the HRM is attending to this. The critical leadership positions are being filled from time to time, and the station is also scheduled to receive new entry-level constables that we plan to have them by August 2025, when they finish with their basic policing training. The station operates in terms of physical resources, particularly on vehicles, at 97.62% of the required level. While there are minor shortfalls, chairperson, we also monitor the vehicles that goes on in and out the garage from time to time, and the report from our garages is that at all given time the station will have 80% or 80.9% of vehicles or operational vehicles out of the garages. On the next slide, chairperson, emphasis is given to the allocation of vehicles, just to highlight that for the past 2 years, the allocation that went to Florida Police Station were only focusing on operational environments, and none of the vehicles was allocated to support environment. And on the new allocation of vehicles, a chairperson is to emphasize that on the new upcoming allocation of 25-26 based on the challenges that have been realized, the provincial commissioner is looking at allocating additional vehicles to visible policing environment to ensure visibility in that station area. On slide number 20, chairperson, is to also indicate that Florida Police Station operates at the level of a kennel, and this is in accordance with organizational norms, and the ideal staffing at this level, it should be at 98%. In the prior slides, I did indicated that currently we are standing at 93.5%, which will be then be mitigated with the new allocation that I've already alluded to, that it will happen at the end of August with the new recruits. There is a significant decline, Chair, on the middle management level, wherein we have observed the shortage of 4 captain posts and 2 vacancies are at the community service center, particularly on the reliefs, and 2 are within the detective sections. And to address the staffing gaps, the station is scheduled to receive 5 newly trained entry-level constables, and this will then take the station to 96.02% of its staffing. In terms of vehicle resources, with the new allocation, Chair will be standing at 97%. On slide number 21, Chairperson, the emphasis will be at Vleerhof, as I have alluded to earlier, that there was a concern that the province have received regarding the feasibility of expanding a satellite police station. And the feasibility study was initiated to assess the viability of creating additional service point, and the study examined both internal and external factors that are affecting that policing area. And to note on this slide is that the Florida SAPS is a fully fledged police station that operates on 24-hour basis, and the sectors, as I've alluded on the first slide, is that there are 2 sectors, of which one geographically it's been demarcated and has 62.2% of population, while the other sector is 10% more and standing at 72.3%. This particular area also contributes within the Florida policing area. It contributes 79% of the reported crimes, and Florida as a police station contributes to the entire policing in Gauteng to 10.9%. Externally, the study found that the distance Chair, from Florida to Vleerhof.
Sorry, General Musekile. Honorable James, your hand is up.
Sorry, Chair, my hand's been up for a while and maybe you didn't notice it on the chat. Chair, I want to ask, this committee requested for SAPS to come and give reports specifically on the Jaydenlee Meek matter. They gave a report on all the other cases in all the other provinces without elaborating on the resources and the situation at the police station. This is taking up so much of our time, and it is derailing us from what we had actually asked for. We did not, although it says there's relevance and importance, but for today, this is not what we requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable James, this is amongst other things what was requested with regards to a general overview of what is needed at the station, if anything, etc., and all the stations concerned. And it's not just the Jaydenlee Meek case. There's several other cases that were requested and complained about, especially with regards to significant violence against children. These are cases that have come up in the committee quite a bit, and we're going to have time to ask questions and so on. So we'll get there soon. The presentation is almost complete, and then we will engage. General Musekile, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got only one slide to go. Chair, I'll run faster. That upon the conclusion of the feasibility study, the recommendations were made that it will not be feasible to establish the satellite police station, I think precisely because of the staffing levels that I've already alluded to. However, the proposal was that there need to be a further splitting of the sector to small, more manageable sectors, and to also address shortages of personnel and vehicles speedily. Chairperson, to also observe the issues of the infrastructure in providing more office space for the detective, as this was found to be a challenge, and the implementation of all the above recommendation commenced from the 30th of April, and as I've indicated, because of the budgets, allocations, and the procurement processes, as well as the personnel that is under training and the advertisement of those critical posts that I have mentioned above. It's underway at Florida Police Station. Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you very much, General Musekile, for the detailed presentation. Colleagues, I just want to ask that I don't unnecessarily want to disable the chat for committee meetings, but please understand that this is a meeting of Parliament. It is exactly the same as an official sitting of Parliament. So please, we are going to engage in a formal discussion, but please don't flood the chat if it's not administrative of nature for this meeting, because it not only creates distraction, but this is an official meeting in Parliament, so it would be seen as not recognized to discuss yet, and we are going to give everyone a fair opportunity to speak. General Musekile, again, thank you for the detailed presentation. I would like to then recognize the presentation for specifically Ms. Solomon, who is the CEO of the Women Empowerment Platform, who has joined us, and the presentation is on the screen. So we can flight the presentation, and Ms. Solomon, you are more than welcome. We are going to allow approximately 45 minutes, not approximately, on the dot 45 minutes for your presentation, after which the broader discussion will be held regarding the presentation by the South African Police Service, and so to yourself. Ms. Solomons, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. To the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, community, everybody here, thank you for this opportunity. And then I'm not the only person involved in this. I want to acknowledge Althea Clough, Anthony Francis, Florentia Matruas, and Shakira Hanif, that has been very instrumental with supporting our initiative and even coming to Parliament. Myself, Anthony, Althea, we're from Johannesburg. Florentia is from the Eastern Cape, and Shakira from the Western Cape. I'm going to go into the presentation now. The police efficiency against crimes against women and children, addressing the escalating crimes against children in South Africa. The contents, and we're going to what we are presenting. Communities are being left to fend for themselves as law enforcement crumbles under the weight of corruption, mismanagement, and political neglect. to get justice for multiple reported cases of child murders, unsolved cases. Jaydenlee Meek's case will not become an unsolved case. Justice needs to be served. Can go to our next slide. Our key statistics, as seen on provided SAPS 4Q crime report. According to SAPS crime stats, over 24,000 children were victims of violent crimes, including rape, sexual assault, murder, attempted murder. More than 1,000 child murders were reported, and these are just the recorded cases. Majority of these cases go unsolved. An average of 53 children are sexually assaulted each day. Countless more suffer in silence, unreported, unseen, neglected, and unsupported. These children are not just numbers, especially Jaydenlee Meek. They are the youth of the nation, and their lives are being robbed, damaged by these unlawful acts. Real life community insight on the 12th of May 2025. From our work on the ground as community activists, we have witnessed when Jaydenlee Meek was reported missing, the family expected immediate action from Florida police. Instead, they were met with unacceptable delays and a shocking lack of preparedness. The mother was asked for a hard copy photograph of Jaydenlee because the police station's printer was not working. If the police acted and established a search party immediately, the child could have been found and his life could have been saved. The complex Swazi court was not a place of interest to the police. The search, after establishing that was the last place Jaydenlee Meek was seen. This was confirmed by the school transport and the mother. The police arrived and parked outside the complex and did not initiate a search for the helpless 11-year-old Jaydenlee Meek. The community with the family initiated the search for Jaydenlee on our own. This was not by choice, but a necessity because of the continued incompetence, lack of urgency, and unwillingness by the police to serve and act swiftly when Jaydenlee was reported missing. To those in positions of power, we are demanding accountability. We are demanding change. Our children's lives are not negotiable. On the 13th of May 2025, the lifeless body of the late Jaydenlee Meek was discovered meters from his mother's doorstep. The family rushed to Discovery Hospital where he was declared deceased. The police did not declare Swazi Court or the location where the lifeless body was found as a crime scene. No barricades were preserved to preserve evidence. Shockingly, it was only when the community began mobilizing, knocking on doors, raising alarms, and actively searching for the school uniform, school shoes, school bag, and when the media began showing up that the police suddenly found the urgency they initially lacked. It was only when they began to act, not out of duty, but to disguise their incompetence and the lack of interest. We speak this truth not to stir division, but because our children deserve better. We cannot allow a system that moves only when it's being watched or shamed into action. Every missing child must matter, whether or not the cameras are rolling. Next slide. On the 13th of May 2025, around 6:30 p.m., during load shedding, a provincial forensic team arrived. An hour later, the forensic team left with a black box claiming it is sensitive evidence. To date, no arrest, no communication from the police to the community, who is still living in fear of the killer. Only when the community protested on the 17th of May 2025, walking from Flareoff to Florida Police Station to demand answers through a memorandum, the Major General addressed the family and community, stating that the police investigation of Jaydenlee is at an advanced stage. Major General stated we will have an arrest soon, hence she is known for a 72-hour arrest turnaround time. A week later, after the incident, new evidence was found on top of a dustbin in a blue refuge bag. The community alerted the police to investigate. On the 13th of June, it would be a month since the killing of Jaydenlee. Sadly, no arrest, no updates, as the community of Fleurhof still live in fear with no increase of police visibility in the area. Next slide. Our sad reality, modus operandi, the 2nd of June 2025. Lekona Fosse, a 14-year-old girl's mutilated body was found in the veld in the neighboring community to Fleurhof. The similarities of Jaydenlee and Lekona killings are in the same vein, missing one day and found killed the next day in close proximity. Our communities are living in fear, knowing that the killer is still at large. Our children's rights to be children are being robbed from them. The police incompetence and lack of urgency to investigate missing children lead to an alarming rate of child murders. Our question is, are the police properly trained in handling missing children cases to prevent the killing of our children? Police stations are not equipped with 24-hour social workers, adequate resources like printers, computers, or capable officers to operate these equipment. Our next slide. Systematic challenges, slow response at the police station when crimes of children missing is reported. SAPS vehicles are never available due to a lack of vehicles stationed at the police station. Poor coordination between SAPS, social development, and justice departments. Delays in court proceedings leading to children remaining in unsafe environments. Insufficient psychosocial support in victims. Our next slide, cost of inaction. We will raise generations deeply scarred by trauma. Crime will continue to reproduce itself through cycles of abuse and poverty. Our nation's social fabric will deteriorate further. Next slide, recommendations. Improve coordination between departments through a centralized child-focused task force. Increase penalties, fast-track cases involving children in court. Invest in prevention, education, parenting programs, school-based safety campaigns. Increase funding for shelters, social workers, and community-based child protection networks. My closing appeal. The community at large would like to see justice served for the 11-year-old boy, Jaydenlee Meek. We as the community cannot move on from this brutal killing of an innocent child. We are holding Florida Police Station accountable for his death. Jaydenlee Meek's life matters. Our children matter, and we will never stop speaking up until the system reflects the truth. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Solomons, for your presentation and all of the relevant detail. I'm going to open the floor. Ms. Solomons, you are part of this as well. So if there are specific questions to you, I will then recognize you to answer on behalf of your organization as well, and so on. I just want to remind you that if you engage through me, and I will facilitate it accordingly. But thank you for a really detailed and well put together presentation, and for joining us today. And once again, on behalf of the committee and Parliament, apologies for the misunderstanding of a few weeks ago. I can assure you that we do take these matters very, very seriously. Colleagues, I would like to see a show of hands. I've already noted the hands of Honourable Mtetwa, Honourable James as well. And I just want to give a moment to see if there are more. Honourable Reverend Meshwe as well. James, Reverend Meshwe. I see the Honourable Adams, Honourable Matthys. I've also noted the hand of Honourable Muela, Ghana, Mokwena. If more hands do come up, I will note them. If I miss you for some other reason, I see Honourable Kluter as well, then you can just put it up or remind me if I may have missed it. Before I hand over to the Honourable Mtetwa, I just want to remind members that I'm going to allow 4 minutes for each member. If there are questions, try to keep it as close to 3 questions as you can. I always say that. It never ends up being 4. but it's just to make sure that we can actually address all of the matters, because it's impossible to answer 10 time with regards to that. Honorable Mtetwa, I am going to recognize you first, and then we will continue from there. Honorable Mtetwa. Sorry, Honorable Mtetwa, before you start, Nicolette, may I ask you to just run the timer for us? I'm struggling to run it on my side. Honorable Mtetwa, you're welcome to continue.
I hope I'm audible enough, Chair.
You are audible.
Chair, I don't have much questions, and maybe I just want to sensitize ourselves. Now, realizing the sensitivity of questions around cases that are still open for investigations. I would like to suggest that we jointly develop guidelines on what kind of cases, questions, and the information that can be shared, provided in response by SAPS, date, reported. For instance, there was an issue on, as the general was doing her presentation, she mentioned date, reported the case when it was reported. She mentions the time when the investigating officers or whoever was attending to the case arrived. And I think for me, understanding what happens in the courts, if lawyers of this particular case are listening, they would be taking notes of what they can use against the investigating officer in terms of discrediting the investigating officer's testimony or integrity or trustworthy. Rather, maybe when we respond to these things, we say it took 3 hours instead of mentioning what time it happened, what time it was attended to, what time, when it was, because this is the information that is provided in the Court of Laws when the matter appears before the court. And on the basis of incongruency of the testimony, these could be against that particular, win against this case. And when it comes to anti-gangsterism, I don't know whether we can adopt, there's a way of adopting an anti-gangsterism approach which requires a proclamation for such existence of gangster formations to be registered through police stations, the nature of the formation, the purpose, the listing of names of members who are involved in that, because some of these may pose themselves as formations
Honorable Mtetwa, are you still with us? Honorable Mtetwa, I'm going to come back to you. Honorable James, can we start with your questions? Honorable Mtetwa. Sorry, Honorable James, before you begin, Honorable Mtetwa, you broke up for a second. You have about a minute left.
Okay.
You were unaudible, but go for it. I'll give you another minute.
Okay, maybe let me switch off my video so 100%. That it, thanks, Chair. And I'm saying what most of our activities should be bothered on, it's preventative measures as opposed to reactionary approaches when there's death. For instance, the case that I mentioned about Mondio, we can see that if anyone was listening to that, a lawyer who's representing the culprit would have taken notes of that and used that against the court, the police in the court of law. Also, I want to find out if there are any means of rotational deployment of police officers or supervision at the supervision level to dissolve the issue of familiarity and relationships that develop between police who are at a particular police station with gangsters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. I then recognize the Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I want to echo the sentiments of Natalie when she said the purpose of today would be to speak truth and not to stir division. I also want to highlight the important reflections made by the previous Honourable Member Mteta, where he said that, we cannot actually mention times that it might compromise the case, and that is definitely not what we want to do here. However, when we specifically focus on how things unfolded that evening when Jaydenlee Meek was reported missing, the situation leaves much to be desired, and I'm still of the firm opinion, and this is just my view, that had SAPS responded swiftly, this boy's life could have been saved. And I think today's presentation is also to show the blatant failure of SAPS in fulfilling their mandate to protect young, vulnerable children. And I'm specifically highlighting their crime prevention mandate, which speaks to prevention of crimes happening. Throughout the presentation, the general failed to mention how many members was dispatched on that evening. And we all know why that is, because only one van, Chair, only one van, and we have ample reports and community that was on scene. This presentation about Jaydenlee Meek actually took 5 seconds, and the rest about the police station took most of the time. She fails to mention how many members was deployed to the scene. She fails to mention the response time, not exact time, but the response time of SAPS. She fails to mention how long the crime scene was active. She fails to mention how many units in the complex were searched on the evening, because no search was done on that evening. Everything literally happened the next day. She fails to mention the presence of the sniffer dogs in this case. And she also fails to mention, and Chair, not only pertaining to the Jaydenlee Meek matter, all cases pertaining to minors that are missing. Minors, a parent and the caregiver should account for the time that the minor wasn't there. This is a minor, the same with the Jocelyn case. This was a minor that was missing for quite a couple of hours. What did SAPS do? Has the social workers been activated and that department been activated in terms of enforcing the Children's Act when it comes to reporting negligence? These are the facts that we need to look at. Also, Chair, I feel that through this presentation, a deliberate omission of information that will prove SAPS's failure, right, and the role that they played that evening was done here today. Had SAPS, I'm going to say this again, had SAPS acted swiftly, had SAPS actually deployed all the units that's mentioned in the report, which is a blatant lie, Chair, and I would like to know what are the consequences, what are we going to do in future as a portfolio committee when we get cases like this and we are told that a deployment was made and we have several community members, we have reports, there's affidavits stating that this was not the case. Can we hold SAPS responsible for secondary trauma, for failing to fulfill their mandate? That is what I want to ask today. I'm going to leave it there for now as my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable James. I then would like to recognize the Honourable Reverend Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. As a father and a grandfather, it always breaks my heart when we hear about children that are being abused. To be informed that over 24,000 children were victims of violent crimes, including rape and sexual assault, is heartbreaking. And regarding the case of this child who was kidnapped, and we are told that SAPS did not respond swiftly, it would help the families and friends and communities that are mourning the loss of this child to hear from SAPS what caused the delays when they were informed that the child was missing. There must be reasons. And to avoid answering that question is not helpful. And obviously talking about the delays, why they didn't respond, will not necessarily impact on the case itself. When a child is reported missing, we expect the SAPS to move and to investigate. So I would want to know why they did not move swiftly, because the family wants to know that. The neighbors want to know that. One would expect that houses in the vicinity would be searched to look for the child. If it doesn't happen, can we be given reasons why it does not happen? And now coming to the slide 22 of the Lieutenant General Musikiri's presentation. They say the community obviously requested a satellite station in Vleerhof. And they said they did not see the necessity for it. But then continue with the slide, the first bullet. They said rather than establish a satellite station, they chose to split the policing area into smaller areas, manageable areas. While one understands that, how do you balance the splitting of policing area into smaller, more manageable sectors when you are at the same time complaining about shortage in personnel and vehicles? How does one balance the two? Because one would think that maybe with a satellite police station, you can have, it would be easier to have more manageable, more police in that area than splitting into the existing stations into many smaller ones. So I would want to know, how do they balance, the police balance refusing to establish a satellite station and then choosing to split the policing area into smaller, more manageable sectors that would need more police personnel? Because with each sector, there has to be police personnel. So I need help there. What is better? One police satellite station or split into more police stations with personnel and vehicles? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Meshwe. I then recognize the Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the presentation that we've just received. Part of the presentation was that there were 13,100 suspects that were apprehended. Can we get an indication what percentage this 13,100 represent? Because it doesn't help us if we don't know what it is that we're dealing with. 13,100 could be based on 100,000 cases, for example, and if it's only 13,100, it's very low. So if we can get an indication on the percentage that represents. On the case of the little girl Bertha, there was the police reported that there was a lighting challenge. How's that when we're doing search and rescue? I don't understand. What is it that the police needs? Because I would think that any police station should be well equipped to be able to go into darkness and have proper lighting to be able to do that. I mean, that is critical in search and rescue. So if they can just speak to that. I think the work that was done on the Abrams case was good work, and that the child was found. On the Jayden case, and maybe just to speak on a more broader issue on that, what is the turnaround time just generally generally the turnaround time, once a matter has been reported, what is the turnaround time, especially for children, when the searches start? And tell us, like, I think the police is presenting that they are doing the sterling job in looking for kids, and you're not reporting to us exactly. The challenge here was that we didn't have a search dog, or the turnaround time when we started looking for the child was 4 hours later. And that affects a lot of being able to apprehend or find the child rather, or the children rather. We know that the first couple hours of a child being reported is the most critical. So we'd like the SAPS to tell us, so we understand where the challenges are and where we need to beef up, because this thing of children going missing is just completely heartbreaking. And if we are not going to have enough resources to be able to deal with it, then we may as well just close shop, because it's really not helping us. So just speak to that issue on the turnaround time. I come and I report a child is missing. How quick? What is the capacity generally of all police stations to be able to start an intense search and rescue and having all the resources that they are able to do that? And in the Jayden case in particular, when the matter was reported, was the home of the child also the home where the child is from, was that also searched in that regard? And those are my questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. I then recognise Honourable Adams. Honourable Adam, there we go. Honourable Adams, you're not audible. Not yet. Still not audible.
Sorry, there we go. Am I audible now,
There we go.
Chairperson?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, General, for your presentation. There's a few things that hit home, but have been mostly covered by my colleagues. Though I have to ask, in light of the fact that it was just revealed, and this is something that I did not know, that 54 children are sexually abused in this country every day. I'd like to understand why SAPS, who would obviously have this information, didn't react immediately when this child was reported missing. I'd also like to know, because I've got it on good authority by many community members, that the building in which he was found, no one was documented as they walked in and out. I'm told that dozens, maybe 100 people entered and left while this child was laying there. I'm also told that there was no barrier tape up. So if someone is tried for this crime, this horrendous crime, if he has a half a decent lawyer, it's going to be almost impossible to secure a conviction. I'm just trying to understand, like, what could be more important than a missing child? You know, if the General could perhaps tell us that all of our units were out attending to a gang shooting or another murder, then that makes sense. But to treat this thing with this type of apathy, I don't think it's acceptable. And there are many instances with SAP's reaction it's perfect, it's spot on. And in moments like this committee must applaud it. But then this committee must not shy away from actually condemning this type of incident. This is, I'm sorry, this can't be excused. I'd also just like to understand how it is that a picture of the deceased Jaydenlee laying there on the concrete was leaked by the South African Police Services. Because I have the picture, I won't share it with the committee, it's gruesome. I'm trying to just understand what happened there. And then finally, you know, our families lost their baby boy. Can the South African Police Services just give us an indication of what type of counseling this family might have received? Because that would have been a traumatic experience, Chairperson. I don't think anybody should live through something like that. But what assistance did SAPS provide this family, considering the fact that youth in actual fact just failed them? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. I then recognise the Honourable Muela.
I think that is to the portfolio committee members, to DA and all the civil society organizations. Also,
sorry, Honourable Muela, sorry I'm interrupting you, but your sound is breaking up quite a bit. Is it possible to maybe move or change a connection? Honorable Muela, I'm going to come back to you. If you don't mind, I'm going to proceed to Honorable Ghana, and then after that, we'll go back to Honorable Muela. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much for both the presentations, and understand the the nature of cases that have been presented. It cannot be easy to lose a child, and when these gruesome acts of criminality and murders are done, we all need justice to be done. That's the first thing. And we also wish for proper investigative work to be done. One of the challenges that sometimes happens, and that's why I had made the input that I made earlier, Chair, is that and I, on one side, understand where the community and the family comes from, but also the difficulty insofar as the police. So this morning I was reading a report, Chair, that there are criminals that were let off the hook in terms of stealing copper cables because of the investigative work that the police have done. So one of the things that we should be looking at, and I'll give 2 points, Chair. One is, how do we assist the police to be able to do their work properly, work that will ensure that the perpetrators are eventually prosecuted and they are sent to jail. They are caught, prosecuted, and sent to jail. Because sometimes, and when you watch even live, you can go and watch the Meiwa trial. It's been on TV for I think before my son was born. It's still on TV, and you see some of the difficulties that the police find themselves in. So we need to be able to then say, all right, how do we then educate, work with the community to understand the parameters of engaging with a live case? Because sometimes the police, if they go to a community meeting and they share certain details, you will never know who else is in that meeting. Because you might find that people who are working with the perpetrators are themselves in the meeting, and they are getting all this information, which will then be used to then deal with the case. I think what I hear from the community and the organization, it's how do we then deal with the feedback to the families of the victims or the victims, and the feedback is insofar as the progress with the case. And that feedback should not be in such a way that compromises the case, and build the kind of relations between the investigating officers and the family. Maybe if the general could answer the communication and the feedback mechanism that the station uses in communicating some of these sensitive matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I'm going to recognize the Honorable Muela to see if there's a better connection.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry about the network issue. I was just indicating the fact that it is very much important to see the involvement of the civil society organization, most particularly Women Empowerment Platform on Violence Against Children, which has also made a presentation here. Given the number of the trends with regard to the number of children who are involved, missing children, and who are all in the issue of abuse and many other crime elements which are happening in our children. It really needs the society to come together and hold hands in order to curb this particular occurrence in our society and in our communities. So to see them getting too much involved and playing this particular role in ensuring that there is accountability and also our children remain protected in the society, it is really commendable, Honorable Chairperson. So we need to uphold them, and we say they must continue to fight and advocate for the safety of our children in our society. So I also want to welcome the presentation from the SAPS to say they need to make sure that they speed up their processes and ensure that there is justice at the end on all these cases which have been reported here. I just have a few questions with this limited time. The one will be that what is the process of finding missing children, on how long does it typically take for police to locate them in their process? What are some of the challenges police encounters on investigating missing persons cases involving children? Given the firearms are the leading weapons used in violent crimes, what steps is South African Police Service taking to strengthen its firearm control measures, including tracking illegal firearms, preventing police-issued firearms from ending up in the hands of criminals, or the firearms ending up in our community in a number that they are there? What steps are the South African Police Service taking thoroughly in ensuring that there is no firearms which are found in wrong hands in the community, which end up committing these crimes where our children becomes victims of the circumstances with regard to the negligence of making sure that there is a serious control of firearms and measures which are applied in order to curb such particular occurrences of firearms across the society and the community at large. That will be my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muela. I then move to the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me take this opportunity and welcome both presentations. My question is, I just want to check with the department, what is the department's plan to tighten control over licensed firearms held by the state and civilians to prevent leakages to criminals? And then noting the increased spikes in shooting, what is the department plan to recover illegal firearms that are currently in circulation? And lastly, Chair, what are some of the challenges police encounters in investigating missing person cases involving children? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I then recognize the Honorable Kluter.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, allow me to welcome the presentations that was presented. Honorable Chairperson, before I'm going to ask my questions, my plea to the South African Police Service is that we must treat all cases with all the necessary attentions and give it the same treatment. But let me go straight to my questions, Honorable Chairperson. Noting the concerns from the flare of community, what is the policing plan for the community and what factors are taken into consideration before establishing a police station in a particular area? What is the total number of missing children have been reported to the South African Police Service in each province in the last quarter? Have been found cases gone without a trace? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Klutter. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to everybody for their inputs and the reports. I'm incredibly hesitant for us to discuss such matters on platforms such as these. I've previously said, I don't want the committee to be responsible for a case not being handled correctly or for evidence being leaked or for something like that. So we must be really careful of what we discuss, Chairperson. And I understand the community's outrage and I feel for them too, but I think that we should perhaps just not always discuss everything on our open platform and perhaps take it into another meeting or address it in another fashion, Chairperson. I think what's also very important is for us to welcome the collaboration that was launched yesterday between the SAPS and the Department of Basic Education to improve school safety. I think that will assist greatly with what is happening in our country at the moment. And Chairperson, this is a collaboration not just between departments, and we should include justice and the NPA and social development into this, but this should be a collaboration. We need a whole of society approach. We need parents to come on board to make sure that their children are safe, and we need the CPFs to do their work. But Chairperson, we also need the SAPS to ensure and to commit to us that if somebody does come and report a missing child, that it is taken up immediately and that they expedite the investigation into where the child is. We do know that there are cases where children perhaps are just naughty and run away from home, but we cannot decide which case is more important than the next. And that is something that also concerns me when we discuss only certain cases on this platform. Women and children are being murdered at a terrible rate in our country every day, Chairperson. Unfortunately, because the quarter four statistics that the police presented to us at the last meeting was not correct, we actually don't know what those figures are, and we are still waiting for the SAPS to provide us with the relevant figures so that we have a better idea of what is going on in our country. That will also assist us. But it is shocking what is going on. And I think once again, I've asked before that the SAPS please make sure that they inform all their police stations that there is no reason for them to send anybody away and not open a case. And secondly, that people do not have to wait 24 hours before they report anybody missing or crime, Chairperson, because more and more we hear of it on a daily basis of people that have either been shown away from a police station or not assisted immediately. And again, I want to come back to something that we've discussed on this platform before, and that is how incredibly important the K9 unit and all the other units are, because we're not effectively using the different departments and units that are available in the SAPS. And I know that there are budget constraints, and I know that there are other constraints that we are not aware of. But surely, Chairperson, there are certain cases that we must look at and make sure that we deal with effectively, and that the investigations into these units are done, into these cases are done properly. And with that, I want to say that the FCS units must also be maintained properly, and only the best of the best detectives and investigators should be employed in the FCS to make sure that we curb the crime that is happening, because it is really a terrible scourge that is taking place in our country at the moment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schikkerling. I think before I hand over to SAPS, some of these cases leave me speechless. The case of Mia Botha is a case that now, I just checked now, that I was there when they found her body, and it's now 1,004 days exactly today, and there has been no movement on it. And I can tell you that the cold case unit, in my opinion, in the South African Police Service, do incredible work, but the initial response from SAPS on that case was blatantly I don't even know how to describe it. It was really bad. It was very, very poor. And the lighting issues that were mentioned, the community were walking the streets with cell phone lights that evening looking for it. So I can color it in for days. The point is just that there was a very, very poor reaction. Before I hand to SAPS for response, I just want to recognize the Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa, can I give you a minute?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, Chair, we really need to have a session to discuss this issue on how do we approach this. Maybe one of the things that we can look into is a closed session when it comes to matters like this, because it is not about us talking to the public on matters like this. It is us saying, why didn't SAPS act? I think the whole presentation, when you listen to Ms. Solomon, it boils down to the issue of inefficiency, acting inappropriately. It is about the attitude rather than when you look at the presentation by the general, it shows that there's a high percentage of staffing that is existing in those positions. 97% is high, but the issue, the challenge, it is the attitude that needs to change at SAPS of officials in addressing the issues, how they respond to issues when they are reported. So I want to find out, would SAPS admit that the challenges in the presented cases, it was just pure inefficiency and in terms of the response by SAPS? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. General Mosekile, if I can hand over to you for the relevant response.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, if acceptable, that I am having unstable connection where I am. If Chair, I can proceed without the video, if you allow.
Of course. No
Thank
problem,
you.
General. That's 100%. General, I want to ask whether we can try to do feedback in a space of 15 to 20 minutes in order for us to allow further collaboration after the first round of feedback. So let's try and coordinate it that by, let's say, 11:30 latest, we can return again to the members and engage in discussion. General Mosekile, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe, Chairperson, before I give overall responses to, as I've indicated, that I have colleagues with me to allow the detection group, General Sintumule. I know that she is sitting with the provincial leadership of Gauteng at the place where she is, just to respond alone. Colleagues can assist in responding to matters that are relating to the investigation. I think particularly the questions that came on Jaydenlee matter. I think, as I've indicated, the sensitivity, not to expose some of the things that will jeopardize the case. I'll also request, Chair, my colleague on the matters that relates to the how do we go about on the establishment of the police station. I think this matter relates to Vleerhof in particular, but a general response in relation to how and what processes are being undertaken when the police station it's been established. If we can have a General Mzima or a brigadier that is responsible for the studies to just give 5 minutes or 5-second elaboration on what requires to go there, then I will come again later. Chairperson, I will also come later on the units that were deployed on different cases as received. I do have all the promises as indicated, and this is the report that was signed off by the provincial commissioners in that regard. I appreciate, Chairperson, the directive that the committee it's also giving, and where we have inefficiencies, Honorable Mthethwa, we will acknowledge. I think the purpose of the committee is for us to go back and correct, and it is also assisting us in noting challenges that are happening at the police station, because we do have teams that do go to the police station from time to time to check and do the inspections. General Sintumule.
Thank you very much, DNC. Greetings to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the honorable members. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, the Deputy National Commissioner. All protocol is observed. Chairperson, I think my video is facing the back of my presentation, of my laptop, so therefore I would ask to switch it off. With me today, I'm sitting in the boardroom with General Kumalo, who's the DPC for crime detection in Gauteng. I'm sitting with Brigadier Ndebele, who's the acting district commissioner responsible for Johannesburg, as well as the branch commander for Florida. I also have with me Brigadier Dr. Ati Lambrecht, who is the head of our Missing Persons Bureau. Chairperson, please allow me to let Brigadier Ndebele respond on specifics in relation to the Jayden matter, as well as take the committee into confidence on basically issues that have been raised by both honorable members, as well as our partners from the civil society. Chairperson, with your permission, Brigadier Ndebele will take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to our Deputy Minister and all protocol observed. I'm going to state that on the 13th of May, Chair, the case was reported of a missing child at about 2000 hours 15 as per Florida Case Inquiry 2 of 6, 2025. All role players were called and the search was done, but the house was not searched because the mother alleged that the child was not in the house. It did not come into the house. So the search was done around the house and in the closed areas. On the 14th of May, 2025, the body of the child was found not far from the house. It's about 1 meter, it's about 100 meters, not far from the house, not far from the house. It's about 1 meter, if I can estimate. And all role players were called into the crime scene, including biological dog, and the search was conducted. I don't want to state a lot of things that can jeopardize the case, but all role players were summoned. And the reason why we didn't search the house, the mother alleged that the child was not in the house. That's why she came and reported missing in the house. I thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, General Sintumule. General, are you still with us?
2025. She is chairperson. Let me check. General Sintumule. You are mute. You seems to be mute.
Let's maybe just give her a few seconds. There we go. You can kind of see something.
General Sintumule, you are mute. You are mute, ma'am. You are speaking, but you are mute. The committee cannot hear those responses. If you can start again on the stats. Thank you. You are mute at the moment. Okay, Chairperson, let me also request General Nkhuwa to give us Oh, General Sintumule.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Okay. Apologies for that, Chair. We are sitting in a boardroom and I think our network just got disconnected. Chairperson, I'm going to give the statistics for 2 financial years, 23-24, as well as 24-25. In the financial year 23-24, a total number of 697 children were reported missing. And the breakdown is as follows. The highest number of reported missing children was from the Western Cape with 212, and it's followed by Gauteng, 124 children, Free State 115, KwaZulu-Natal 94, and then the rest follow. And according to our statistics, of that 697, 497 children were found. And again, Western Cape recording the highest number of children found, which is 184. And of that, again, 200 children are still missing, and those cases are still under investigation from either FCS, general detectives, or organized crime. And of the missing children, Gauteng has the highest number of 67. In terms of the circumstances under which the children were found, a total of 475 children were found alive, and a total of 22 children were found deceased. Of that 22, 7 were from the Western Cape, 5 from Gauteng, 3 from KwaZulu-Natal, 2 from the Free State, 2 from the Northwest, 1 Limpopo, and 2 from the Northern Cape. I will then move, Chair, to the financial year 24-25, where, and this will be the financial year ending the 31st of March 2025. 682 children were reported missing, again with the Western Cape, having 204 children reported missing, followed by Free State 160 and Gauteng 105. And of that total, 233 children remain missing, and those cases are still under investigation. And of the 682, 449 children were found, and circumstances of the 449 children found for the previous financial year, 438 were found alive and 11 were found deceased. Chairperson, I will then move in terms of the protocols around the investigation or the procedure for reporting. Upon a child going missing, we have an SOP that says there is no protocol that talks to 24 hours. Each case is urgent, whether it's children or adults, and we have that SOP that says immediately the police must initiate investigation upon receiving that alert of a child being missing. And that can be done in different ways. It can either be through our 10111 center, or the family, as the Jayden family did, they go straight to the police station. And where they are supposed to provide police with critical information about the child, including their name, the age, description, and the last known location. And that also informs how the team then will do the investigation. The prelim investigation is done by the Provincial Bureau for Missing Persons, where they do the verification of the circulations, but also they go on activation of the protocols around your Amber Alert, where these details are circulated through all our social media platforms, where they actually disseminate to the public and to ensure that the child is not facing any further danger, and that those who may come across the information can be able to activate and alert the police to assist in tracking and tracing and also successfully finding the child. And also this includes a yellow notice, where we also notify Interpol to actually deter or try and neutralize any cross-border movement of the child. I think we've had cases where children actually were moved across our border to our neighboring countries. I think, Chair, I will also go to the next question that relates to what can be done for us to ensure that we improve our response and investigation. Chair, currently, as I said earlier, we do have a policy in place which stipulates clear guidelines and protocols to responding to such cases and also investigating missing children's cases. What we will do just to actually reinforce our understanding for all police stations is that we will recirculate this SOP and also encourage the station commanders to make sure that this SOP is discussed on a weekly basis during their station lectures with all the commanders and members at the station. But also we have engaged our HRD to initiate a 2-week course for missing persons. And this will provide all our SAPS members, particularly our first responders, with specialized training to ensure that they know protocols of investigating these complex cases that involve missing children. Also, Chair, I think having listened to our social partners, which is the civil society in attendance today, we need to really improve our communication and collaboration with all agencies, including government and other non-state players in these matters. And also, technology, has improved. We saw how this was used in the Mamelodi case, whereby just triangulation, we were able to identify suspects. Therefore, we need to leverage on technology and also make sure that our Amber Alerts and social media cooperation yields to us being able to retrieve the missing children successfully. I think I've got one last question, Chair. I'm trying to find my documents. Thank you, Chair. I think the other challenge, question that was asked by Honorable Moela relates to the challenges faced by the police when we are investigating these cases. Chair, much as we try, there's also been an issue relating to delayed reporting, which means that the families of the missing, either adults or children, they will first look for the missing person before they report. And I'm not specifying any cases in questions today. It's just generally what was noted by our investigators. And sometimes the 24 hours can pass, and that also can compromise our success in terms of searching for those missing person or children. But also a chair would understand that cases are quite complex, and therefore each case is treated uniquely, and it does definitely affect our response time as well as our successes. We also want to engage on
General.
Sorry, Chair.
No, General Sentamule. I don't know if it was General Musekile that wanted to say something. It wasn't me. General Musekile, do you want to say something? No, you can continue, General Sentamule. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank
the
you very
time.
much.
I was sensitizing here about the time that we have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think lastly, I want to mention that we know that when children are missing, there is a huge potential risk for them for harm, whether it's sexually, criminally, and for other probably economic exploitation. Therefore, we want to strengthen our public awareness and media involvement, so that at least with our partnership, both from DSD and education, we can be able to sensitize parents on issues that they should look for when their children are not in their immediate care. With that, Chair, I would like to submit, and I thank you.
Chairperson, I know I requested General Nkhuwa and other colleagues to respond, but looking at the time.
No, please go ahead, General.
Thank you.
We can allow more
Thanks.
time. I think it's important to have adequate response. I just always try to stay cognizant of time for us to still have engagement, but you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. If General Nkhuwa can take 2 minutes on the issues of the rotation strategy, Chair, as well as Brigadier Mushi on the the issues of establishment of service points or police stations, and the Midupi, just to highlight on, I think this question is coming for quite some time, Chairperson, on the crime stats against children. Brigadier Midupi will explain further on why the stats was not included. Those three responses, Chair, and I will come back on the firearm issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, our Deputy Minister in the platform, General Musikidi, the DNC, and all other colleagues in the platform. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. Chair, yes, I can confirm that the SAPS has a rotation policy in place. And I can also confirm that the rotation policy was circulated internally. We even conducted roadshows to all provinces after it was approved by the National Commissioner. And we also issued a directive that provincial commissioners and divisional commissioners need to identify areas which are prone to corruption so that we can make use of this rotation policy. And we will be monitoring the implementation, Chairperson, of this rotation policy. But all in all, we do have an approved rotation policy in the organization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Brigadier Mushi or General Mzima? Anyone of that?
Thank you, DNC. And good morning to the chairperson, the honorable members, the DM of police, the acting DNC, senior officers, members of the community. All protocol is observed. In line with the norms and standards for police stations in the South African police services, when there is a need for a service point, a work study investigation is conducted into the establishment of a service point, which is done in line with Standing Order General 221, which the end result thereof will indicate the type of the service point that is required. That will be either a fully-fledged police station, satellite, or contact point, or even a mobile contact point. That is done also taking into consideration issues that would include key consultation with the interested parties, the area of responsibility, the relevant criteria regarding the workload, also looking at factors that would include the accessibility, the reason in support of the need for the service point, and also the financial implications, including the accommodation that will be required. The organizational, the functional, and the post structures would also be taken into consideration, and also the particulars of the existing members who will be transferred to the new component or police station, including the resources that are required. The feasibility study to determine the establishment of service point is done, and specific recommendations made on whether the service point would be a fully fledged or a satellite or a contact point. But subsequent to the recommendation for establishment of a police station, the work study would look at the information pertaining to external and internal variables, which would also include the assessment of those factors. That includes the assessment of the demographic factors, which would include the increase in informal settlements, amongst others, daily influx, new developments in terms of the spatial development, the accessibility, and etc. Socio-economic issues would also be taken into consideration, including migration, poverty, unemployment, and etc. But also the crime analysis would also be conducted, including the changes in the historical workload data, also considering or taking into consideration also the splitting and or merging of police station boundaries into one or more policing areas. Moreover, where the current police station has outgrown its profiles. Also, the assessment would also done that will include the activities to be performed at a police station. Then the recommendation that is made would also include the type of a satellite that basically, moreover, when we are looking at the resources, when we are looking at a fully fledged police station, would require a minimum of 36 personnel aligned with the physical resources. But when we are looking at establishment of a satellite or a contact point, there also a fully fledged police station will have to operate 24/7. But with regard to a satellite police station, it can operate 24 hours, 8 to 12 hours, which basically or only on weekdays. If a satellite or contact point operate on a 24 hours, it requires 18 members, 12 to 8 hours, 10 members. If it only operate on weekdays, it only requires 4 members. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those are the norms and standards of establishment of a police station. Thank you, Chairperson.
Brigadier Medupi. Brigadier Medupi, briefly, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. All protocol is observed. Chairperson, I just wanted to raise one thing on the first slide that was reported, that was presented here on the report. It speaks about the 24,000 children being victims of violent crime, including rape, murder, and attempted murder. Chairperson, we cannot reconcile that figure with anything that we have released in the Q4, as it was quoted there by the presentation, that this is coming from the Q4 crime stats. And the Chairperson will also remember that the SAPS has not released in the Q4 the crime against women and children, and we have subsequently withdrawn all the previously released statistics on that subject, and we have submitted written reasons to clarify why that is the situation. Chairperson, I just wanted to clarify that so that the members of the committee can digest that with that in mind. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, on the other matters, I think what is outstanding, there was a question from Honorable Mekwe on whether the nearby houses were searched. If not, why were they not searched? I thought my colleagues from the station will cover on that one, but what I want to highlight as well is that the criminal procedure and other laws will then direct as to when and how to do such, taking into consideration that we were looking for a child here, and a chairperson, the search warrant, if we suspect a person, needs to be pursued, unless if we will at the later stage indicate that we had all the reasons to believe that the commission of crime happened on that particular case. But in so far as conducting searches to the people that were to be mentioned, that the child could have been seen, as I've alluded on the Philippi case, yes, we do such searches immediately. But I think the sensitivity on getting into other cases is also to look at the prescripts and the provisions of specific laws to pursue that. On the matter from Honorable James, I think on the deployment of social workers, the station, the report, Chairperson, I dealt with it, and Colleagues are also here, including the district commissioner and the deputy provincial commissioner responsible for policing, which is the first responders. If we can go and investigate further, Chairperson, the report that I presented earlier indicated that the station has a good working relationship with the other departments, including social development, to provide such. But I cannot specifically on this particular matter be proud to say to the committee that yes, the deployment happened, unless if colleagues can at least assist me in responding on those other services. But in respect of other police units that were deployed, I can confirm that visible policing, I will also not provide numbers because calculations can be done as to how many people do we deploy, and this can be counted by the criminals, as it was also observed by some of the committee members. But the visible policing was deployed detectives, 2 K9 search and rescue dogs, FCS colleagues, and this the sector vehicles, 3 sector vehicles were also roped in to come and assist and deployed in that particular matter. I also do have times, Chairperson, and I want to apologize as well earlier that I think Honorable Tetwa did indicated, or Honorable Ghana, on specifics in terms of the times. Those were the estimates. But I think I'm one person who said to the team while we were compiling this report, considering the fact that it might be challenged later, that we need to be sensitive of specifics in terms of the time. And if I have done that, I'm apologizing, and I will correct that, Chairperson. But there are times that were provided. I'm trying to listen as I'm leading the team, as well as calculating in terms of the report before me. I will provide those estimated times. General Sintumule covered Honorable Mateis on the issues of the turnaround time and specific policies and directives that we have given both to the investigation teams and the client service center, which cases to respond to. I think similarly on the question from Honorable Shikeleng, that colleagues know exactly. This is part of the training, is also part of the station management leadership program on certain sensitive issues. And for years now, we have been emphasizing that on a missing person case, and this is amid the challenges that we are from time to time experiencing, the trends that we are seeing, that no person should be turned away from the police station, and otherwise the station commanders are responsible for the consequences. No person should be told to come after certain hours when reporting the missing person. So there are clear directives from the department to operatives, Chairperson, that should not be the issue. And if it is continuing to happen, Chairperson, it needs to be properly investigated. I know the challenges that are from time to time being experienced, that some of our colleagues are still turning people away. They are also giving timelines, but I want to confirm to the committee and the South African society at large that we don't have timelines attached to reporting the missing person. It must happen immediately. Chairperson, some of the issues are or were for noting. I'm not skipping what honorable members have asked. I think on Honorable Mateis on the breakdown of the 13,000 arrests. I will provide that, Chairperson. I think I collected the consolidated report in this regard, but we do have those breakdowns, because this total will come from different reports that are coming from all 9 provinces that are being deposited at the NOC to compile a consolidated report. I will provide that feedback to give the breakdown as to the arrests that are coming. This is for the period of time, as I've alluded to earlier. So we'll give that a breakdown. As similarly on the timelines from Honorable Adams, I will work out the timelines as presented to me. I will come to the issues of firearms. Chairperson, where I've indicated that we have adopted a further strategy, which is Shanela 2 operations, which is targeted operations. In the main, what we have put on the plan over and above the normal Shanela operations that stations or provinces were expected to undertake is to look at specifics. I think we had the priorities that were presented to the police management by the Minister of Police, as well as the crime statistics as it gets presented, that then warrants that we need to enhance. So the focus on this Shanela 2 is to specifically on Honorable Mukwena and Honorable Muyela on recovery of firearms, to be precise, to also targeting the gang infested areas, as well as the 35. We used to have 30 high contact crime stations, but we have since expanded that to 35 stations, seeing that some of the stations will for this month be on the top 30 and the following month. So if you look at the 5-year trend, it then suggested that we really need to tighten our response in terms of operations at 35 police stations across the country. Special operations on illegal mining, it's continuing, and I think also looking at the firearms, Chairperson, as you will hear from time to time when we give updates on illegal mining, of the type of weapons and firearms that are found at illegal mining. Hence, we are focusing to look at this proliferation of the firearm. Chairperson, we also presented to the ministry the intention to have a small team that will look at the tracing and tracking of firearms. Specifically, want to have a team that just look at the tracing of firearms. Because of the resource constraints, we will take some of the members at head office that are doing the tracking teams at head office, and we'll see other members from other units that are not going to be constrained when we take, because from time to time when the new trends happen, we rob Peter to pay Paul. But the issue of firearms, it's the priority, and we want to just have the team that will focus on the tracing and tracking of these firearms. It will start small, but will expand as and when the strength it's gained. We're also looking at strengthening and tightening our border controls with other colleagues that are in that space. And precisely because we think some of the firearms are coming from elsewhere. So we want to make sure that we work in collaboration with other teams, other law enforcement agencies, such as your BMA, the SANDF, in making sure that we deal with those that are domestic, and we are not going to inherit other problems. And this is also discussed when we have the regional meetings with other countries, so that we can have simultaneous operations as well. And the number of firearms that we have so far recovered, maybe before coming to those specifics in terms of the firearm, just to also respond on the question of what are we doing to safeguard the state-owned firearms, to ensure that they do not land at wrong hands. Not only the SAPS-owned firearm, but any other state department that is working on the firearms. And the SIRA, we from time to time meet. We have a joint plan that we have developed to look at the security companies as well and other institutions to tighten and to also give further powers to other law enforcement to assist doing this compliance inspections to the government departments as well as with our own, with every firearm recovered, chairperson, it goes through the IBIS process so that we can check and test the firearm if it belongs to the state, and consequences are then from time to time being undertaken. And you will recall that in one of the committee meetings we did highlighted on the number of those firearms that were robbed from the members. So it is not a negligent loss of those firearms, but we do keep the statistics on those that are negligently lost, those that are robbed, and most of the time, as some of members did alluded, where police officials becomes victims because criminals want to take firearms. I think we do have as well a recent case where members were accosted by the 3 criminals, and they also robbed them the 2 firearms. On the issue of the amnesty, the proposal has been sent. We all know that it goes through the cabinet processes to be approved, but the minister has agreed to have the amnesty so that people who want to voluntarily hand over those firearms can do so, and this will also assist us in ensuring that we remove those firearms that might be detrimental or that will be dangerous even if they were properly obtained. Chairperson, I just want to go to the numbers if I still have time. And on the official firearms, the members, chairperson, the process includes the conducting of Section 102 of the Firearm Control Act to ensure that members do account if the loss was not properly done, considering as well the submission that was made by SIRA in regards to the security companies and how to tighten that is not going freely. There are challenges that will go with it, but those are some of the issues that the ministry has put forward to ensure the control over that. Chairperson, if I still have time, I'm just checking my notes to give you specifics in terms of the numbers.
Yeah, General, I think let's aim for another 3 minutes or so, and then I would like to at least give another round of engagement to the members, and if there are any questions as well to the civil society.
Chair, Chairperson, in the previous week, on the total of firearms recovered, no, Chairperson, I think let's take the next round. I will look for this information and provide it. I have so many papers in front of me.
No problem. Thank you, General. Colleagues, I'm going to open the floor again in order for committee members to engage in questions. Remember that the guests, and Ms. Solomon specifically on behalf of the network that joined us today, is still also noted the hand of the Honourable James. Are there more hands? Honourable James, I will recognize you shortly. I see the hand of Honourable Mthethwa. Honourable James, you are welcome. Honourable Matthys as well. I will note the hands as they go up. Honourable James, before you begin, I'm going to allow 4 minutes again. You are more than welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jay. I'm sitting and listening to all of the response, and I almost feel that there's absolutely no value, Chairperson, in us as committee members raising concerns and raising questions. I also want to say that we won't have such cases, and we won't put ourselves in awkward positions as a portfolio committee to actually delve into what unfolded if SAPS was to be doing their jobs. Then we won't have to sit here and deliberate on how we can do these cases. But in the absence of case studies, and we know that all cases are important, but in the absence of bringing actual case studies to this committee, how do we then prove SAPS's inability and lack of will to serve within our communities? I also want to say that we've asked so many questions and none of those questions were really answered. We said that, on the actual day, is SAPS actually prepared to admit that they did not fulfill their mandate on that day? Are we ever going to hear that? I'm going to say to you, Chairperson, ons gaan nooit hoor SAP says, you know what, we could have done better. We're never going to hear this committee saying and calling for disciplinary action and actually having an outcome after these sittings. Chairperson, you yourself point out that you have been on the scene with previous investigations. You have seen the horror and the blatant lack of will and deployment of resources to these critical cases. And today, despite even you seeing it yourself and many of us experiencing it, we are still not going to call for disciplinary action. We know for a fact, we've heard from the community. I want to ask, who are we here to represent? Is it the committee? Is it our political parties? Or is it the communities? The community has spoken to us and they have told us that SAPS did not act on the day. They acted the next day. We know that there was one van with 2 members who sat in the car on that day, and we are still not calling for disciplinary action of this police station. We are now going to delay this further and say we're going to wait for the outcome of the case. The fact that this boy was murdered, it's too much too late. We need to ensure that as a portfolio committee, we send a strong message to say that this type of conduct is not acceptable, will not be tolerated by this committee. Are we doing that? No, we are not doing that, Chairperson. How long? Two very, very important questions that I want to leave this committee with. How long until we see an arrest? 3 days after the murder, the community was promised an arrest. Today, we are still battling with challenges of forensics and getting reports back, something that we've been mentioning over and over for the past year in this committee. And here we are being told the exact same thing. Are we going to see an arrest within the next week or two? How long still? Will someone be held accountable at that police station? No, they won't. Will this committee call for disciplinary action? No, they won't. Do we have a civilian secretary that can act and intervene, that can tell us what they're going to do? No, they won't. Next time we're going to come here, it's going to be another talk show. Ons gaan praat tot ons blou is. We're going to leave frustrated and we're going to carry on to the next victim that we're going to find murdered. And that is how we're going to continue for the rest of the year. There's absolutely no value in serving on this committee with what has been happening. Thank you.
Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. May I appreciate Ms. Solomon for her presentation that she presented today. Indeed, it is disheartening to see such. And may I also appreciate members of the Portfolio Committee who brought these issues forward, these cases. But as I have indicated, I think we need to find a way, not to say we can't ask questions, but to find a way of navigating through these types of situations without hampering any outcomes of the cases. I made suggestions that earlier on, I haven't had any comment from SAPS or about the possibility of criminalizing the existence of gangsters. Maybe a proclamation that requires public to register if they are forming any formation to the nearest local police stations. And this is not to confirm or condone the existence of gangster or forums, because some of these can be
posed as formations for public's good. But we know if people can exist and we have names of these gangsters existing, and police can tell you that there is this particular gangster called Red, there's this gangster called New Kid, but nothing happens until it has done something, then we are no longer preventing crime. We are now waiting for crime to happen in order to then react to that. I don't know whether we could look into this. The minister said we should engage and provide suggestions about how to go about this, some of the things. So I would like to have comments on the three things that I made suggestions on. And then on the issue of, I want the portfolio committee members also, everyone, if you could go into watch the case on O.J. Simpson, where in terms of the criminal case, because it is beyond any reasonable doubt that must be presented, the complainants failed to attain a success. But on the civil case, upon the balance of probabilities, then he was sued and the complainants were successful in suing him, meaning that there was a possibility, high possibility of him having committed the murder. But because of certain things, one of the things that made him to lose the case, made him to win the case, it is when the defense discredited the investigating officer on the basis of a voice note that was found where the investigating officer was speaking ill about race. So they then said, because of his racism tendencies, he has brought OJ as a black person because of that. So I'm cautioning ourselves that finding a way doesn't mean that we cannot continue holding SAPS accountable. But we find a common ground where we say, these are the types of questions, these are the types of cases, this is the type of information that can be divulged. As I indicated, you can't state times. Yes, and I appreciate that General Musekeli you have acknowledged that. Yes, we can't mention times of when did the investigating officer arrive, when what. We can just say it took 3 hours or 5 hours for the SAPS to approach, to attend the case. And the questions could be then why, to deal with now the issue of accountability, could be just why. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matthijs.
Thank you again, Chair. What's coming out a lot here is that SAPS is not, and I think we've had two honorable members that have spoken to this, is the feedback. And SAPS, you have to be sensitive that people have lost their children or they've lost a family member. And when you cannot communicate just decently with the family, you are going to end up with the results that we are having here now, that we have to bring matters here to the portfolio committee. And a lot of it is unnecessary. And I can say that you are not communicating efficiently to keep families abreast of what's going on, or at least hearing them out. And perhaps you should look at the training that you give to your investigating officers. There should be a social worker available who can communicate with families, because most times families are just left that they're not going to get justice. And we can't run away from the fact, and this is the truth, that nobody has trust in SAPS as it is. So when we even encounter this dismissiveness or indifference from SAPS officials, and then we end up coming here. As members of parliament, we've experienced this ourselves. So imagine, and on cases that are high profile. So we can only just imagine what is going on cases that don't even reach our attention. And it's exactly what my colleague was saying, it's about case studies. So it's not that we want to prioritize certain cases, but these cases speak to the bigger problem that we have on larger cases. So I'm appealing to the Deputy Minister that is here, that you have to look into training and how we communicate with family members and brief the community to an extent where Obviously not to an extent where you jeopardize the case, but don't make them feel like they are an irritation. I have felt like I'm an irritation to ministers and deputy ministers here when I raise matters. And I'm not going to raise it now or even show the messages or the responses only because they're not here to defend themselves. Even some of the generals and the commissioners, they answer you or respond to you like, just leave us alone, we know what we're doing, and you are here to serve. So I just want to caution you that a lot of our problems here and the trust we have in SAPS is based on how you engage, and we need to look at training over there. I didn't appreciate the civil society's presentation, and we do appreciate civil society taking working with the police, and also they should look at how the SAPS should also look on how they engage civil society also and find some ways of working hand in hand. I want to know about the K9 unit, and I don't think that was spoken to. How long does it take? So when a child is reported missing, how long does it take for you to get access to the K9 unit? Because that is an important part of being able to find missing children. And I think a lot of children would be found much quicker if we have a better access to the K9 unit. And then in the report on the number of children that have been gone missing, those that have been returned, it hasn't been indicated how many of them were either raped or abused, and then what processes happen after that, and to what extent technology are we using using cell phone towers, and maybe you can just speak to the turnaround time, because that also helps in facilitating of accessing children. Thank you, Chair. Oh, Chair, just
Thank
one
you,
more
Honourable
thing.
Matthys.
I got just
Sure.
18 minutes. Just one more thing. And this speaks to the thing of consequence management, right? Do you have debriefings after cases and say, okay, this is what we did wrong and this is what we should do better? And then those who messed up, because people do mess up and we must be honest about it, what is going to happen? Because the same thing keeps going on and on with cases after cases. And that is an important matter that one of my colleagues also raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. I think when I did speak, and Honourable Matthys re-emphasizes the point, I think when we convene, could very well be after the budget votes. One of the unit that we don't spend time on, it's the communication unit. And I had said this when I gave my input that sometimes it is the communication breakdown between the families and the victims, because it's not at all times that the victim has passed away. Sometimes you find that one has been stabbed, attempted murder, and all that. Between the investigative officers and the victims and the families. I think that is something that we need to get some kind of a report in terms of how is that handled. So whilst we appreciate the work that happens mostly at the national level, with the cases that makes national headlines, you find that in the main, it's at the local level where even the officers themselves are not adequately trained in terms of how to communicate and so forth. So I think a report in that regard will suffice. I will not want to get the Deputy Police Commissioner to respond now. I think together with the communications team, need to come and present to the committee in terms of how's that done. So that has to be in conjunction with the detective unit and the head of detectives, so that it's an all-encompassing and the community can know how to then handle with this. I think one of the issues that we might have to reflect on, Chair, is that in an instance where there's a crime, let's say there will be a family that of the victim. It's how then does the police, and that should be one of the aspects of that communication. in terms of the other people that are interested in the case? How do they handle that kind of communication? Because sometimes you might find that Magashule is interested in the case, but then there will be certain information that's not given to me, but is given to the family and so forth. So I think it should be an all-encompassing presentation. That should be one of those recommendations that emanates from this meeting, and that we need to take forward to the next meeting, Chair, in terms of the communication unit within the police service. I rest, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I just want to double check, are there any points that were missed to the committee members that they would like to still raise before I hand over for some final response from the South African Police Service? General Mosekile.
Thank you once more, Chairperson. Chair, I think on the last question, we do have our communication division or section in the meeting. We are taking note of the comments that Honorable Ghana has made in terms of communicating issues. I don't know if we'll have time just for Brigadier Mate or General Head of Communications. I don't see her. On how often we communicate, Chairperson, but to elaborate on the issues of communication between the investigation team and the family, that is the responsibility of the investigators or investigators themselves, and that directive is very clear. We do have a system including the timelines, and General Sintumule did alluded to that fact. So the issues, I think, are raised by both Honorable Mates and Honorable Ghana on communication. So units are expected to provide the progress reports with the times that are attached to the detective policy in regards to the cases. Perhaps the gap, if it is seen as a gap, Chairperson, but I think sensitivity as well is that when you communicate it broadly to the communities on the progress, excluding those sensitive matters or the matters of national interest, therefore you want to communicate such certain information with the relevant persons only, so that you don't expose some of the things that you might find from the society, but the society groups and different other role players and stakeholders, there are processes that we have in place to communicate without being specifics on the cases. On the specific case, you will communicate with the person that is affected, especially on the sensitive matters. You will communicate, but I think we have also adopted the communication strategy to update communities from time to time. That is what I am saying. The spokesperson of the police is in the meeting, as well as taking notes, chairperson to come and present our communication strategy. We do have that, and with other departments as well, in the form of an adjoint, we do have communication strategy, and it has been presented as well to other forums so that it can be adopted and approved. On the issues of the consequence management, Chair, I think we do have the directives in terms of steps that needs to be taken on the failures, and the consequence management is from time to time being implemented. What the department has also presented to the committee is to look at having trial units I think General Nhua can elaborate further, but as part of improving on the consequence management and to have a focused team that will assist where we have been from time to time hearing gaps where cases were not either handled timely or properly. That is why the adoption of the trial units that will be capacitated, and I think we were also supported by our social partners in this regard. If I have left out something on the issues, General Nhua is here, who is the custodian of the well-being of the department. General Sintumule and Dr. Adi, I think we can work out a chairperson on the children that were recovered. On the issues of when they were recovered, what offenses were picked up from those that were recovered, and how many of these children were found without any harm, in the timelines. I think they did responded on the issue of the policy that is existing on responding to missing children in particular, and all other partners that we have, like Facebook, I think the Amber Alert that General Sintumule spoke about, and other civil society organizations that we are working hand in glove, the Pink Ladies amongst others, to assist when we have these reports. I've already alluded on the fact that we don't have time a line on the reporting or responding to missing persons, but I think Honorable Matez was specific on the issues of those that were discovered, what offenses they were found to have been enjoyed. On the deployment, Honorable Matez, of the K9 units, they are deployed. I think I did allude to the cases, some of the cases where K9 was used, search and rescue dogs. We have presented, I recall that we had some of the provincial commissioners that highlighted the donations that we are also receiving of the dogs, different types of dogs, and how we take them through the training so that they can be deployed. We might not be having all the dogs that we require at particular areas, but I do have statistics in my office that gives the breakdown of where we have. I will not talk to it now because I do have the K9 units in the Western Cape, but I think we'll require to give the whole country. These cases happen every day and everywhere, so if I give only what is in Western Cape, it will be a skew in terms of the K9, but we do have K9 units. And Chairperson, I must allude to the fact that when cases are received, it is the prerogative of the commanders at the time to make determination of the resources that require a particular type of resources to be deployed. And it is incumbent to the commanders to make sure that they get all relevant units. If they are within the close proximity of the station precinct where the case have been reported, it will just depend on the time, but all necessary resources are deployed. And again, Chairperson, I think I need to indicate that where we have shortfalls, we did not do what we were supposed to do. Consequences will have to follow. It's a pity, Chair, that provincial commissioners are attending another meeting, but the deputy provincial commissioners, especially those that are responsible for operations, are in this committee meeting. And colleagues know, they can attest to the fact that we really need to up our game if we are still having station commanders that are not doing a proper deployment of the resources that we are having, with SAPS having all these resources that we are even assisting other countries in implementing some of the units. I've also noted the issues of the training in regards to a communication, and can attest to the fact that the training that I have attended myself, there was a module that will talk to the communication, the detectives. I know that there is a module that will talk to the communication. So it is the issue of the members not implementing what they have been taught, but we are taking notes so that we can go back and improve. General Sintumule, as we speak, it's sitting with all 9 provincial heads of the detectives on the quarterly review sessions, and I think this needs to be emphasized, General Sintumule, in that meeting that you are having. I think it's 2 days meeting that the detective are currently having, and this matter needs to be emphasized. What we also did in post years in regards to the detectives and communication was to also request our technology management division to develop the system where when the case it's reported, it's going to report, because we know that majority, I think it's only 2% of the South Africans that will not have cell phones, that the message will be sent when the case goes to court. We improved as a budget allows that the service providers can improve on the messages that need to go to the members, to the members of the society in where they report cases. In cases where chairperson, we want to improve on the technology, but where it will take time for investigators to go and give a physical update on the case. But the system as well has been developed to make sure that certain levels. At the time I was a detective, I think we worked up to the 5 stages of the case, including when the case is finalized, so that we can have that communication line over and above the physical visit of the members to the case. Chairperson, I don't know if I have missed. I think I will check other questions before going to that report that I wanted to give. If I have missed other members, I think on the question of Honorable Mthethwa as well, on the issues of the anti-gang strategy, we are participating and we have adopted the anti-gang strategy, but I thought I indicated on the matters that we have noted on what Honorable Mthethwa also further advised that we can enhance on that strategy and communication. We have anti-gang units that are multidisciplinary. It's not only investigators, but we have even your operational policing or visible policing members that will also look into the issues of education, the engagement, how to adopt certain trends that are happening. And I must say, my colleague, General Sibia, also presented on the anti-gang process that we are undertaking and why are we going to be charging and invoking cases, chairperson. I'm mentioning these names because these are names that we are picking up, but that does not mean that we accept the issues that there are people that are doing that. These are what we're picking up in the communities, even in our meetings. But in terms of the enforcement of the relevant legislation such as the POCA Act, we can attest to the fact that the fact of the case that is currently underway in the Western Cape, where those that were arrested as participating as gang members have also been charged with the relevant legislation. So as and when these matters are picked up, we do involve all the relevant legislation. And on our plan as well on Shanela 2, there are particular areas that we have looked at, stations that we have flagged as problematic in terms of the gang infestation in those areas and what intense operations are there. I think very soon, Chairperson, we will be sitting, if the time will allow today, because there is another committee after these 2 committees that it's also sitting, where we want to take the 4 major provinces and look at the simultaneous operations that we want to involve very soon, just to have that lockdown and see what results will come out of that particular operation. Chairperson, in respect of the numbers that I have promised the committee, because I do have them now, if I still have time, on the operations that happened for the previous, I think, 10 weeks, which is from the 31st of March to the 22nd of June, where I'll only go to specifics because the issues was on the firearms that part of the operations were looking at suspect raiding that are involved in the firearm related offenses. And we also have a total of wanted suspects which were pursued in that regard, that were found to be in possession of firearms. And in this period, per 301, that is the breakdown now on what Honorable Mateus needed on people arrested. 301 were arrested for illegal possession of firearms, amongst others. And 121 firearms were recovered in 1 week only. That is the period of the 9th of June. I will get you the total of this 10 weeks, total number of firearms. But for a week, Chairperson, 121 handguns were recovered and 1,053 rounds of different types of ammunitions. We also recovered a total of on this total, 103 firearms, 35 of them were recovered in KZN and 24 in Eastern Cape. Part of the arrests as well includes a chairperson, 171 persons arrested for murder, of which 52 of them were arrested in KZN and 41 in GP. I do have breakdown of other provinces, but it's not with me at the moment. 100 persons were arrested for attempted murder and 1,351 were arrested for assaults, 240 for drug dealing, 2,435 for possession of different types of drugs. And of this total of 2,435 of possession of drugs, majority of those are from Western Cape, with a total of 1,464 persons were arrested for human trafficking, and 1,326 of the arrested persons are foreign nationals that were arrested during the Operation Valumkoti operations, and 850 were arrested with that collaboration that I alluded, that we also work with other traffic and law enforcement agencies. 218 of the trunk drivers of the 850 is from KZN, and 195 of them it's in Western Cape. That reflects that these two provinces had a problem of alcohol usage in the past week. 77 hijacked and stolen vehicles were also recovered. Of importance to highlight, Chairperson, on this proliferation of firearms, the TRT members in Jaydenlee district in Eastern Cape arrested 3 persons in possession of 10 AK-47 rifles and other military type equipment, including magazines, 7.62 cartridges, the oil canisters. And on the 11th of June, the intelligence-led operation have also successfully seen the recovery of 4 AK-47 and 9mm pistols that were also recovered. So in the nutshell, Chairperson, these are some of the arrests that were effected, and I can confirm, Honorable Ghana, that this information was also communicated by our communication through the issuing of the communication statement. On the firearms, I think I've alluded, but I also need to highlight the homemade firearms that were recovered in this period of 10 weeks, 83 of them, the handguns, 1154 rifles, inclusive of what I have alluded to on these two intelligence-led operations. It's 142 and 66 shotguns. And we also confiscated a number of explosives to the total of 625. That is in summary, Chairperson, on the arrests, as well on the questions that came from members in respect of the firearm and what the department is doing in that regard. I submit.
Thank you very much, General Mosekile. Colleagues, before we move to the concluding remarks of the discussion, I think firstly I want to thank Ms. Solomons for the presentation. I want to encourage that if there are specific members, I take note of the comments made by Honourable James regarding not disciplinary measures or not following up on it. But Honourable James, I want to also encourage you that if there is, or if there are names of specific members of the South African Police Service that contravened in any way or didn't assist the way they should, that a formal process be written about, and not written about, written on, and then we can formally report it. Remember that all of us, as well in the committee, have direct access to the relevant persons within the ministry, but so to the South African Police Service. And I think it's important to remember that those reports can be done. This includes oversight as well. And I want to encourage that if you do oversight, I previously shared the oversight tool with the committee. I know Nicolette has shared the guideline as well. We've sent the brief or the shorter version of the oversight tool. It's important. Take note of that again, brush it off, and make sure that we have that we use those tools to do the relevant oversight in order for us to report on it. In terms of disciplinary processes and the frustration with that, I think maybe I can give brief feedback on where we are. We have followed up many, quite a list of members who definitely contravened disciplinary regulations. And were even involved in criminal activity. Some it is still alleged and still being investigated. Others definitely were involved. We were not happy with the disciplinary outcomes, and it seemed that from an oversight point of view, we had to say something or do something about it, because it simply couldn't be that members that were involved in significant misconduct were allowed to work back at stations. We recently had the matter, and it was in the media again this week or last week, about a specific member who was who had been involved in several transgressions, criminal transgressions, and his sanction in the South African Police Service was dismissal, and that was overturned at the provincial office of the South African Police Service to 2 months of unpaid suspension. There are many others that we've listed, that the committee has spoken about, and we have followed those up, and we are awaiting the relevant feedback. It's also important to note that a lot of the oversight visits that have been done, whether individually or in the committee as a broader committee together, that any formal report that is received upon such a visit would be submitted and is submitted to the Minister and the National Commissioner for processing, and the relevant recommendations too. If there are critical recommendations, obviously there's a timeline given, X amount of months or weeks, depending on what the matter at hand is, for that to be followed up. We are now reaching a point where we will return to many of the places that we've done oversight on. Yes, it is a year since we have started with some of the work, and that is the amount of time that we did give for some of it too. I remind you of the Philippi Training Academy in Cape Town, where, if I'm not mistaken, every single person implicated in significant corruption there still works at the college. And DPCI, in my opinion, and I would be happy for them to formally challenge us on it, but have really left a lot to be desired on such an investigation. So we will follow that up, and so too the lists of rogue elements, criminal elements, or just ill-disciplined elements that remain in SAPS despite having been sanctioned, and then sometimes the sanction is overturned or overruled by a provincial commissioner or elsewhere. So we'll continue to follow those types of matters up. One thing I want to plead before we conclude is that if there are specific details, again, on transgressions or any kind of misconduct that can be formally followed up, then we need to please do that. It's difficult for me to say that we want a disciplinary process, but we don't directly know who the involved persons are. There are many of these frustrations across the country. It's not just in one place. But we have seen, and I want to welcome it, that especially over the last few months, when we did follow up on some of these matters, the response was timeous, and it was received with in a good and a healthy spirit. I'll come to you now, Honourable Mthethwa. So please, I please want to encourage you with that. It is not a negative comment at all. But if we have it on paper and we have a specific case or a specific reference number, whether it's an OB or a CAS number, we've got something to refer to, and with names obviously too, then we can formally follow that up. Remember that you yourself can also submit such a complaint directly, and whether with my assistance or not, we can submit that and we can follow it up. Before we conclude, I want to give a few seconds to the Honourable Mthethwa, followed by the Honourable James. Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to propose that we formally adopt these cases as our case law and follow up on these ones, closely to these ones, because they provide us also a lesson to be learned from such. If you would allow us to do that, Chair, I think I will appreciate, so that these are not just talks, as Honorable James said, that this seems to be like talks. Can we adopt them formally as our case law? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. I don't have a problem with it. I must just say that these cases have been listed officially and will continue to be followed up. Some of them, the ones mentioned today, have previously been followed up, and there have been developments that feedback will be given on. I will check if we can adopt a specific case as you call it, case law. I'm not sure what the parliamentary technicalities exactly around that specifically is, but I can assure you that these specific cases will stay on, as all of the cases that we have questioned, whether it's a specific matter like this or something else, stay on the list. And it might take a few weeks or months to come back to the agenda again, but it will. But let me get back to you and just find out exactly how that would work. Honourable.
Thank you so much, Chair, not to enter into a dialogue. But I just want to also say that we'll never know who to actually lodge the complaint against, the actual person. Because when we asked for this to be disclosed, those names are protected. Our SAPS members don't even have badges when we go to these police stations. So even if we try and interrogate and ask the complainants who assisted you, they'll tell you that there wasn't a badge. We've asked, this is why specifically in this case, we've asked for the station commander to come and account, because he will be able to tell us exactly who was on duty. But when we do that, we say, no, we don't want to sort of put the members at risk by exposing them to the public. So I'm not even sure how we're going to do this, because someone needs to account. And I think this boils down to not even an individual when it comes to lack of response from a police station. If we cannot pinpoint a member that failed to activate all units, we then have to go for the station commander. And if we are unable to keep the station commander to account, we then need to go to the Joburg, the regional commissioner, or then we then need to go to the provincial commissioner. But at some point, someone needs to take account, because this directly points out the inability to serve and the inability to protect our communities. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
If I may encourage you, Honourable James, I hear you completely, and I will assist you in compiling it as well. But I think we can start by, and I'm sure General Musikile would be willing to assist you in this as well, is to determine who the shift commander was during that specific shift when they didn't react the way they should have, along with the station commander, and to give a breakdown of exactly how the case was reported, who wrote it down, the force number of the specific member, or parcel number rather, and that can be communicated. And then one needs to go and see if the relevant SOP was followed or not. If that can't be confirmed by the dedicated authority for that specific matter, then that specific person that was meant to be in charge, whether it is a shift commander, whether it is a station commander, Vispol commander, needs to be held to account, and we can then follow that up formally. So it is there. It can also be sent to the secretariat, but you know, I will send some of the points that you can write on. But there's no reason for us not to gain access to that information. If you get to any station and name tags aren't on, please formally report it. You can do it to us as well. We'll immediately follow it up and make sure that is rectified. I had the unfortunate incident a few weeks ago when visiting one of the public order policing units, when a constable was sleeping on a table, and the commander immediately reprimanded the person. The person didn't know we were walking into a specific building, and action was immediately taken and followed up, and we followed it up too. So if we have it on paper, then we've got a starting point to move from. Honourable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just quickly, and it's probably more on housekeeping than the actual report. You mentioned that we will keep the cases that we have on our agenda until it comes to some finality. But to speak to what Honourable Schikkeling was saying, is that there are many other cases. So perhaps similarly to what we did today, maybe quarterly, we have a report, and obviously they can speak to those specific cases, but also just to give us an overview on what is happening in the country regarding specific cases, and we could deal with GBV and also the issue of children, sort of a similar format of what we did today. And I think that will be progressive, where we don't let matters that don't come to our attention sort of fall under the radar, and perhaps we can just deal with them to just get a status report, not necessarily on each and every case, but say out of the 200 cases, for example, and how each one is, and be able to keep track of it as a community. And that way we're not excluding other cases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matthys. We will look at how we can schedule that. I think it's a good idea, especially when it's linked to say, for example, it's something where we've picked up a trend with regards to forensic services, or ballistics, or DNA, whatever forensic matter it might be, or violence against women and children, that we can link it to that. But certainly we will see how we can schedule it in that way. Before I conclude, once again, I would like to invite DM Matale, the Deputy Minister of Police, for maybe a few concluding remarks before I close the meeting. DM Matale.
No, thank you, Chair, and appreciating the comments and the questions that members posed, and the response by the DNC, Musikidi, and the team. I fully agree with your submission, Chair, that members should not communicate such that it suggests there is nothing that they can do. There is, and I think from our interaction with yourselves as members. When you raise issues with us, we do follow up and make sure that the issues you have raised are addressed. And we have not at any given moment felt like you are bothering us, because we see yourselves as part of the team of fighting crime in the country. So we are together. It's just that you move from a particular perspective as a committee that is overseeing us, but in reality, you constitute part of the crime fighting team of the Republic, and we will always appreciate the interface that we have with you. I don't think as a ministry and as a department will come to you and say everything is perfect. There are challenges within SAPS. There are police officers who behave in a manner that is not appropriate. There are those, when people go to the community service center to lay a complaint or to ask for assistance, they don't treat our people with the respect that they deserve. They treat them in a manner that suggests that they are not wanted at the station, or why do you come here attitude. We have such elements, and we are doing everything possible as the leadership together with management to ensure that there is an attitude change. And we are convinced that the steps and the programs that we have embarked upon will ultimately contribute towards the change of attitude of some of these bad elements that we have. And I know that some of the problems is because of the pressure that our officers go through, both personal and those that they encounter at their place of work and areas where they stay. And this compound to some extent that some of them are not able to manage this, and they vent it out to communities when community members come to the station. And in this regard, we have embarked on various programs to try and deal with the wellness of our officers. I think just last week, the minister and the management had a press conference where we were talking about the well-being of our officers and what we are doing to ensure that we assist them to alleviate the pressures that they have, either by looking at how can we compensate on the shortfalls. And these have gone a long way. I mean, in the past week, many officers were phoning the acting divisional committee, the acting DNC, General Nkua, thanking her for the new things that have been introduced. This is an effort by ministry and management to ensure that our officers are happy, and because they will be happy when they go to work. When people go to stations to report whatever case, that happiness will be transferred to those who visit our stations. And I think over time you will see a change of attitude by our officers. But we'll do everything, members, to ensure that the issues that we have raised, including what the representatives of that NGO raised here in their presentation, we appreciate that presentation. We appreciate the issues that she have raised, and we want to ensure her and those who are with her that the cases that are on the table, we will leave no stone unturned to ensure that justice prevails. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to interface with yourselves and to interact with members of the committee. We are wiser all the time after interacting with yourselves. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much again, dear Matale, for your engagement too and leading the delegation. Colleagues, I must just say, I think I forgot at the beginning to just say the reason for the minister not attending, just so that it's also clear to our guests. I saw some of the comments earlier, was that because it's a cabinet meeting. specifically. Unfortunately, the scheduling for this committee has been done in a way that it often happens at the same time when Cabinet meets. It's something that's outside of our control. We have asked many times if there's a way of amending it somehow. We will continue to do so, but it's not because of not wanting to attend. It is due to the Cabinet meeting. I would like to thank the delegation from the civil society organization, specifically Ms. Solomons, for your presentation today and for joining us. Thank you for the work that you do as part of the Women Empowerment Platform on violence against children, specifically for the presentation today. And I'd like to encourage you to please continue communicating with us. The door is open, and if you do struggle with feedback or anything like that after today's meeting especially, please make contact. I know that you already have contact with the Honourable James, so you can make contact directly as well. Regardless of how you feel like doing it, please do make contact and keep us posted as well on the cases that were mentioned in the presentations, or one that we'll continue to follow, as we've previously said. And then I want to thank all of the members from the South African Police Service for attending today. DM, I thank you as well, and then especially to the members of the committee for your constructive input today. Appreciate all of the discussion, feedback, etc. I then close this meeting. Have a wonderful Wednesday.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.